Good evening. Yes, it is. So I have this candle on my desk. I like this candle. You know what peace is, ultimately, at the end of the day? The reward of love. It's what you get when you recognize it. It's what you get when you let it in. And if you make the goal of the work the singular goal of attaining the one truth, you will find it. And when you do, you will find peace. The real kind. The real kind. That's what we're talking about here. Hello, Anna. How's it going? Brianna. There's a couple things actually that we're going to talk about today that are sort of tied into what's been going on this past couple of days. And I just dropped an incense. Let me move that. Sorry. Pardon me. That's better. Okay. Love, love, love. Love, 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 love. And so something very interesting happened today. I decided that I was going to be open to kind of changing the background here a little bit and sort of evolving it over time, right? And so I started adding little things and changing little things. And you can see this is pretty different than what it's been. I like that rose right there. But in the process of moving a bunch of stuff around, there was some craft drawers behind there with all beads, ribbons, little slivers of vinyl. If any cricket people out there know what I'm talking about. All kinds of doodads, and there was something, a piece of paper taped from about, let me see if it has a date. Usually she dates them. She didn't date it. Okay. When COVID first started, an individual from our church decided, as a method of continuing to touch the people that she loves, that she would send notes to a short list of people that she loved. And I'm very, very fortunate to say that I'm on her list. Her name is Elise Nielsen. She's a very special lady. She's going to be turning 80 soon. And she's a published poet, smart lady. She's the smartest woman I ever met in my life. And she writes motivational poetry, but she also writes like very sort of basic, direct, kind of in-your-face sort of stuff that's great. And she also shares little prayers or little scriptures. And so I don't know how old this is, other than to say that I haven't seen it in at least a year, but it could be up to 2 years old. And you'll see this is her format. It's a little yucky from tape and stuff, but this is her format. She just puts like 3, 4, and then, on the bottom, love, Elise. I call her my angel because she is. The fact is that angels aren't winged, beings of light. They appear as ladybugs. They appear as butterflies. They appear as people. And so she wrote a couple of things here which are really pretty great. Time is fleeting, use it wisely. Okay, thank you, Elise. That's a good one. When the laundry's finished, every sock have a mate. This is her sort of like her prayer to God, right? Dear God, when the laundry's finished, may every sock have a mate. She spoke that to be, poetic and to point out like, okay, well, Lord, give us the relief of not having to look for the sock or whatever the case, or like the general statement of like, alleviate our suffering, whatever the case. But I mean, just listen to the words again through the lens of the story. Dear God, when the laundry is finished, may every sock have a mate. When the laundry's finished, what are we talking about? Inhale, exhale. Reception, bestowal. I am we. May every sock have a mate. Come on. Elise, you beautiful angel. Here's what she wrote on the top, though. That's the second one. Here's the first one. Let me just get this ready. When it starts to pile up, it's beautiful. And why it's piling up, this isn't new to me, and it's not new to a couple of people here. When you step on the path, synchronicity happens. It's just beautiful that it's so dense right now, because there's people who have entered this community that are bringing their energy to it, and they have some insane karmic vortex going on. You know what I mean? And we're all benefiting. I know I'm vibrating. My heart has been pounding for probably 24 straight hours. And it feels amazing. So, the synchronicities are just piling up. And here's one example. Yesterday, someone had mentioned something, and then I decided to go with it. They sent me an image of a very beautiful piece of poetry that relates to a truth. And referencing that truth was this dance. This beautiful dance of the basically the higher intelligence imagining itself making love, and the universe witnessing it from the respect of the Hindi perspective. And then we wound up kind of looking at some prayer cards, and some of them were pretty interesting, right? And then I just found out today that yesterday, being the 22nd, was a very special conjunction with Venus and the Sun that leads to this overall energy of loving energy sort of finding itself. It's present, very much how I speak about the deacons when doing readings for people. The environment that you were born in is your color, and the period of time that you're in is another color. And when you mix those two, you can kind of get a sense of what it's going to create. Well, the environment that we were in yesterday was the color of love, and it was bright and rich, and it smelled sweet, and it found its way into our stream here, and it was obvious by the different synchronicities that came up, and it happened. It's about to continue to happen. Of course, Venus doesn't care about the length of our day. It's not over yet, right? How good, how delightful is it for people to live together in unity? How good and pleasant it is when God's people live together in unity. I love you, Elise. You are a special lady. And, she says to me all the time that I don't know what I would do without you, because, she's she doesn't see so good, and she kind of lacks patience. With respect to technology, and I've done everything I can to kind of help her out with her. I'm at her house often, doing computer stuff and closing all the apps on her phone, updating stuff, things. It's not printing. Well, there's paper jammed in it. But that said, she's really a special lady, and I'm lucky I ever met you, and I look forward to all the fun stuff that I'm going to learn. The way she talks, she speaks in metaphor, and it's beautiful. She kind of speaks in this manner that I do as well, and so we're kind of native in our language, and age has nothing to do with it. Although we come from completely different generations, I can sit down on her porch, and with her and her husband, which he's basically the same age as her, and it's like we're old friends. Because we are. Because what she doesn't realize is that she has been to the Inner Sanctum. She's part of this idea that you don't need any kind of training. Sometimes all it takes is just one profound experience that gives you that thunderclap, and then there's no going back. You did it. And some people just come to it naturally. They're sort of born in it. And by virtue of the love of God or themselves or the truth, they they never get tainted. They stay in the truth from the moment they're born. And she's one of those people. So Elise Nielsen, thank you so much for sharing this with this room and these people that watch this video now and later. It's an important message, and so I'll read it again. How good and delightful is it for people to live together in unity? And when the laundry is finished, may every sock have a mate. Right? Come on, the wisdom, the pure truth is something else. So here's another truth. This candle equals 22. So, let's look at a cube. A cube has 6 sides, right? And if we stack a cube on top of a cube and we count the sides, what do we get? It's everything. It's all there is. There's 12 sides, but there's the 2 in the middle share, and they're not visible, right? So imagine just these bottom 2 would be 10. 2 squares equals 10, not 12. 10. Now, if we keep going and we do the math, like we have 5. There's 5, the 5 letters, P-E-A-C-E, or how about Yud-He, Shin, Vav-He, the Yeshua. And we stack the 5 letters, what do we have? We have 5 times 4 is 20, plus the top and the bottom. It's 22 letters. This is the alphabet. Or at least its form. One of its forms. It's a beautiful pentacle, isn't it? It's peace manifest. It's really quite beautiful. And you have the power to recognize the truth in everything that you see. It's just a matter of recognizing that what you're looking at has more to tell you than you think. Of course, yes, it's just a candle, but of course it's not just a candle, and it's not a candle. Candle is a function. Candle is a use. It's a human created purpose. The purpose of this candle is not to be a candle. The purpose of this candle is to be. What makes it a candle is us looking at it and giving it a function, choosing its destiny. How dare we? If it wanted to be lit, it would have been. It wanted to represent the alphabet. And so instead we have tea candles so that it can stay in its form and be beautiful and shine its light from the crown. It's really lovely, isn't it? And so, the next time you see 5, just think about that. Think about that 5 cubes, just very simply stacked together. There's no special magic. You don't need a ruler and a protractor, right? You don't need to memorize the angelic names of 14 beings and call down on the second full moon after the equinox. You stack 5 cubes and you're looking at the form of God, of you, of the universe. Those letters represent the different components that make up all of manifest reality. Don't forget, everything that is created is spoken. That's how it exists. It's spoken into existence, right? And how are things spoken? With words. What are words? A collection of letters that, due to the form of those collections, there's a rightness that gives it context. That rightness is detected by our hearts. And then we give it meaning, because we long for that connection. And the way that we make that connection is we attempt to embody that thing. And the way that we do that is that we give it a name. And when you give something a name, you are giving it attention. You're giving it recognition that I see you, I hear you. And then the relationship occurs. The connection is there and you have access. See how easy? Love, love, love. Love, love, love. It's everything. So right before I hit the button, basically, I have a little oracle here. I've used this before in the past. I came up with the idea at a trade show about 20 years ago, 21 years ago. I was buddies with a bunch of different distributors and so forth, and retailers, whatever, in the New Age space. It's what we called it back then. And the crystal people that were in the process of polishing would take their little pieces, and I mean like real, like Rice Krispie sized, right? And put them in a little dish, and it felt so good just to kind of like, the sound, everything. I enjoyed that sensation. I took that home with me, that idea. And so, I was kind of a crystal person, and I had a bunch of shards from making different amulets and talismans and so forth for people that use different colors and energies. I enjoy doing that. It's one of my favorite things to do, actually. Similar to the Temple of Calm, but in jewelry form, right? And so I got some shards together and put them all in a bowl, and quite coincidentally, or not, are there any? No. I noticed that there were 2 different colored beads that I had exactly 6 of. And I thought, oh, that's neat. I could use that to draw hexagrams. And then I thought, okay, well, what if I had 4 colors of 6 beads? That could account for the changing lines. Neat. So I started doing it, and it works. And it's really cool. Now, when you do the math, it's very similar to the accuracy that you're going to get with throwing coins, which is not really the best way to go about deriving a hexagram. But, we've learned some things on the channel here. Those of you who, everyone perks up for a different reason, but those of you who perk up when I speak about tarot technique know that I talk about the court cards a lot. The court cards are a big deal because what they are not just the elements, but they're the interplay of the elements together. For instance, they're never just fire. They're the interplay of fire and the other elements. Some of them are the interplay of fire and fire. One of them is, right, the King of Wands. And here's the rule. Grab your pen. If it's a princess or a page, it is the element of air, period. Doesn't matter what the suit is. Okay? If it's the prince, the knight in the Rider-Waite system, then it's the element of air. Okay? Princess Earth, Prince Air. Princess Pentacle, Prince Sword. This is their DNA. The queens are all water. Regardless of their suit, they're all water. Cup. And then you have the knight or the king in the Rider-Waite system. And you have the fire, the wand. So then, we have this beautiful little system. We have 4 colored beads, 6 each, fire, water, air, and earth, and we have an equal opportunity to choose any of those 2 to create an elemental combination of fire, water, water, fire, the earthy part of air, the airy part of water, right? And we can then therefore derive a court card from that. And now that also gives us access to some other information related to that period of time. For instance, who's the deacons? What is the major arcana related to that period of time that you just drew? Because let's go to the wheel. For those who are new to the channel or not familiar with this particular system, I use a wheel that is used by tarot readers who respect the decanate, the deacon system, which is basically the 10-degree periods of time that are separated in the wheel of the year. And those 10-degree periods of time separate the 360-degree circle into 36 sections. And each one of those sections is ruled by what's called a deacon. And so you'll see that wheel toward the middle there. We have, for instance, the 2, 3, 4 of wands, or the 5, 6, 7 of discs, or the 8, 9, 10 of swords, and so forth. Those are the deacons. And if we extend out from there, we'll see the suits, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, so forth, and then some planets. And now, the outermost rings, you'll see the princess, and then the other court cards, right? The prince, knight, cup, so forth. And so what this allows us to do is to grab 2 beads, and we've got a tarot card. Or more importantly, no. What we have is the identity, the intelligence. It's a sigil. Those 2 beads are a sigil for the intelligence of that court card. It's quite beautiful, isn't it? And here's the thing that I love the most, and it was quite accidental when this all came together today. It's really pretty. You know, I've done this before, and you use the beads that you can use. And very typically what I used is we used to call them penty beads. But they're the little glass beads that you see in the jars nowadays that are kind of a half dome and flat on the bottom, right? That's usually what I used back then. And they were readily available. They were literally pennies. Oftentimes I can go into Michael's or some other kind of place and say, hey, listen, do you got any of those extra? There was a place in Florida, in Boca Raton, where I lived in my teen years, that had a Michael's that was a nursery. And so they had all kinds of stuff related to plants, and all of their fake plants, the flowers, the silk, were in beautiful glass vases with these beads, and they had extra. And so, you know, it was nothing for them. They hand me a bag full of these in multiple colors, and so I would use that kind of thing. But now, just with respect to sort of collecting broken jewelry and you know, watches that don't work and clocks with parts and so forth, you can make some very beautiful magical items. And this is an example of that. This is just a collection of the beads that I happen to have available, that I have the correct quantities of, so that I can guarantee that I have my 6 per color. Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, the one, the only, Shoo. Ladies and gentlemen, Shoo is in the house. I love you, brother. And now, just based on the colors here, so for instance, obviously fire, you want to be distinct enough that you can see it, just by looking very quickly, and you can kind of get a vibe for the energy in that space, right? And so I picked pink for the fire, water is the blue, and interestingly too, these are bells. Air, metal, right? Similar to swords, so this is going to be the air, and then earth. Now I have these beads here as well, and you know, these beads have always kind of been present in one form or another, and I always put 5 beads because I always felt that there was a truth in the 5 element system. You know, the idea is that ultimately what animates you, what gives you life, right? It's the idea that there's the interplay of the 4 elements creates the stuff, but it's the 5th element that gives the stuff will, that gives it desire to change, to grow, to evolve, to do, to be. All of that happens out of that will, and that will needs a source, right? And that source is the spirit. It's that 5th element on the top of the pentagram. We see that very often, actually, in the Rosicrucian system. They're really good at packing symbolism into you know, small spaces. That's a joke for the Rosicrucians in the room. But that said, though, you know, you'll see in this example here the pentacles that are in the middle of the colored space, like the yellow pentacle with the purple and so forth, the red with the green, and so on. Those 5 spots have the symbols for signs, but those also are correlated to the elements of those signs. And so it's just a really, really beautiful, elegant system for getting a quick answer that you know is going to have an intrinsic connection to the archetype world, to the world that we access when we're listening. So we'll give it a shot tonight, right? We'll pull a couple. We can either do or both. We can either do a hexagram or a court card reading, right? and kind of see how that goes. So I'm just going to catch up on the chat real quick, and then we'll do an example. I guess we start with the court card one. We have a visitor tonight. This fly is being very friendly, and I'm going to, you know, recognize that my desire and his right to live are not equal. And so he's going to be joining us this evening. Welcome. Do me a favor, like my video, would you? Please comment, because the AI, you know, likes are easy. Comments are like real. So, all right, fly. Thank you. All right, he said he promised he would, but we know what's going to happen. So, let's just set this aside here and take a look at the chat. By the way, how's everybody else feeling? Did you have some insane love energy going on yesterday? Missy, who is a beloved individual, and is one of my favorite people, and is a member of the channel here, pointed out the fact that there's this thing going on, and that the Venus energy is very significant right now. If she pops in tonight, I'm going to ask her to kind of give it a quick little, you know, description of what her impression is. But the idea basically is that the energy, the overall environment was such that it was conducive for connections to take place, or rather that you would be open to them to happen, open for them to happen. Right? And that's that was definitely significant on my end. If anyone paid attention to the stream last night, it was just, you know, my day yesterday was, whew, I can't even begin. So let's take a look here. Yes, Elise is quite lovely, and her. I'm very fortunate too, because they're very close, and they have a really nice space, and they enjoy company. You know, Elise is the kind of person where you can just walk up on her porch and knock on her door, and she won't be upset, right? Tana Maria, thank you for engaging. I appreciate that. An intuitive reader, great. Yeah, same here. Very much. Yeah. The rules are there to give you a framework to start from. And then the rules give you the competence to read the cards. But then over time, obviously, the vocabulary develops, and it takes over the framework, and it begins to rewrite that framework, because that's what vocabulary does, right? Our universe is not made of atoms. It's not made of particles. It's made of vocabulary. It's made of words. It's made of language. And so as our vocabulary increases when we use the cards, the meanings don't matter, and instead we start to see archetypes, shapes, colors, feelings. We don't even see the images on the cards anymore. And that's sort of the beauty of what we're talking about here. And it's kind of one of the reasons that I try to make as many connections as I can between these systems. The tarot is the I Ching. The tarot is the Kabbalah. The tarot is Enochian. The tarot is the story of your creation. And why does it work? Because it is true, because it does follow the divine order. Therefore, the tarot doesn't tell the future. It remembers the past. It's the story of your creation from beginning to end. And you wrote it. You wrote it because you lived it. And so when you look at the tarot, you're not looking at symbols and looking at rules and meanings. You're looking at the story of your creation that you already lived. And so it's very easy to see the story in the cards. You wrote it. So it's, oh yeah, there's that time that thing happened. Oh yeah, and there's with that thing. I remember that. Reading the tarot is not looking into the future. It's an act of recollection. And as we develop that vocabulary, it allows us to be closer to all truth, because now we can take that same vocabulary and apply it to the room that we're in. We can apply it to the book that we're reading, apply it to the smell of the room right now, and we can read the smell. Is it active or passive? You can tell the difference between an active and a passive smell, right? Does it get you here or here? Pleasant is here. This isn't pleasant. Sharp. Painful. White musk. I love white musk. I could smell like just... That stuff is just crazy. And white musk has a very specific meaning to me. There's a density to it. And although the name is one thing, I don't get the color white when I smell that scent. It's more of a hot pink. It's a dark hot pink that tends toward burgundy. That's when I close my eyes and smell white musk. I smell burgundy and pink and hot pink. And now the important part of that, what I'm getting at is that we can now use that idea to do something about it, right? So reading the tarot is one thing, but now what? Okay, so we've got some learning. We've learned some things. We've jotted down some facts. What we can do once we understand the language is we can manipulate that language with tools, and that creates change in the real world. Because don't forget, all creation is an act of speaking. The question is who's speaking, and more importantly, what is being spoken? And who's speaking? You are. Of course you are. Let's just pretend for a moment that when you lay out some cards, that's you speaking to yourself in the language of tarot. That's your voice. And therefore, that's what's speaking. And now when you understand what you're looking at, and let's say we read this, and the feeling we get for the sake of the conversation is purple. Or we get the sensation of the combination of the divine heart and divine will, right? Red and blue. And it's more of a, on the Mahanta. So you're moving more toward the will side. You're still purple, but you're toward the will side. But you're having some trouble. It's tough because you're distracted by your desire. But now that we've looked at the shape, we know where we are. And so we realize, okay, well, it looks like we need to maybe add a little bit of yellow to this mix. And by adding that little bit of yellow, we get beige. And what beige is basically it's the priming color of life. It's the color of a clear beach. Possibility. Beige is life. Look at the human skin tones. It's just a range of beige, right? All of it. With a little bit tone of red, which is the will. And now that that beige exists, you can say, okay, now what do I need to add to make the color I wanted to begin with? And we know the language. We know that water and blue mean the heart and whose. And what is the contents of that heart? The contents of that heart needs to be divine mind. The upper world sword. That's what you fill your heart with. And what does that mean? That means that when you are attempting to hear the truth, you don't do it with your head. You do it with your heart. You can hear facts with your head, but not truth. And the same goes for your heart. When you want to feel the truth, you do it with your mind. Divine heart washes profane mind. The upper world cup, upside down, filling, washing the sword. And so it's just the rules. It's the secret to communicating with you, which is everything else in the universe other than the thing that's the observer, right? We are the observer, but that's only half the story. We're also the thing being observed, and we're also we're the speaker, we're the listener, and we're the thing being spoken, all at the same time. And now when we recognize that, and we all are in a unified vocabulary, what does that allow us to do? It allows us to switch our attention. Like right now, if I ask you to pay attention to your big toe, kind of feel it. Like pay attention to the physical sensation of your big toe. You'll kind of feel it vibrate. Your right foot. And your attention is on the... And similar with the Temple of Calm, this is some stones I laid out on my desk and then imagined that I could embody that space. Because I know that I am that space. I know that. And so it let me swap my perspective. Now, did I leave the chair? Did I shrink down? And of course not. But that's not what I'm talking about here. And now, did I see my desk from that space? No. Because you don't see with your eyes from the other side. The desk doesn't have eyes, but the desk does know things. The desk does perceive things. Ariel, hey, how's it going? Thanks for popping in. And I was able to experience the environment from the perspective of that space, and that space was the fulcrum of the Temple of Calm. Some stacked stones, a broken watch that stopped. It was a beautiful thing. And we have the power to embody that. And when we are in the state of embodiment, it also allows us to transform. Now we're getting into some real secrets now. These are real secrets. I look out onto the world and recognize that that is myself, and I embody that self. And now, while I'm in that state, I apply the algorithm of transformation. Not in this state, in that one. And guess what happens? You transform the world. That's the secret. That's the secret for magic. And now how do you do that? You perform the correct act. And what is the act? It's the act of creation. The dance. You dance. You dance with the other. What does tarot do? If you want to receive answers, then that's what you'll get. But answers are just a sign pointing to a question, which leads to an answer, which leads to a question. Those are just opposites, but they're not. They're actually the same thing. Questions and answers are just a loop, right? So they're one thing. That does have an opposite, and that opposite is the truth. Right? And so if you're seeking questions and answers with the tarot, it's a fool's errand. All you're going to do is get answers and go in loops, and that's okay. We do need insight into the minutiae of our day so that we can avoid suffering, but there's other ways. Recognize that suffering doesn't exist. And that's the truth that the tarot is pointing to. And there are ways to facilitate that. There are ways to bring yourself to that knowing. Because once you have that knowing, there's no going back. It's not fleeting. It's not transient. It's the only truth, and it's eternal. Beautiful. Smooth like butter. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the smooth sounds of your soul, speaking to you all night long. Up next, you. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. You know, I was being silly, but then the truth hit me. You know, I must seem crazy. I must seem crazy. And you know what? Good. So here's how this works. I take these 5 beads, and they're basically ceremonial. They're symbolic of the 5 elements interplaying, right? And now, the beautiful truth here is that they're identical, right? There's no difference between these beads. There's 5 identical beads representing the 5 elements, 4 in spirit, right? And now what I do with these is just kind of keep them, they're in the space, right? They're here to just sort of witness. They're here to witness. And then we have this beautiful little thing, right? Which is just some seashells that have been cut cleverly to appear as if they're in like a clover leaf pattern, and I see it as the petals in the center of the rose cross. Light Blue by Dolce & Gabbana. That's funny. I used to wear Prada cologne, and the bottle was this most amazing blue. It's, you know, it's funny, the energies. Wait a minute. That like separated exactly in half. Did you see that? Did everybody see that? that was cool. The blue, the color of the bottle was like really, really insane. It's like it was a light aqua kind of blue, but then there was this tone of a heat. Like, I don't know if anybody's seen a warm cyan, but it does exist, right? And warm cyan is just a gorgeous energy to look at. I can kind of stare at it. It's really something. But that said, let's what should we do first? I'll put it up to the room. What should we do? Oh, you know what? I haven't used this feature. I've only used it once, so let's do a poll. We're doing a poll, people. Okay. So we're gonna do let's see, tarot, quartz, or hexagram. There we go. Okay. Oh, it's an emerald. Yeah. There is no drill. You're doing it. Basically, the way I work here on the channel is that I keep I make a couple of notes, some bullet points on what I want to speak about for the evening. I keep my tools ready to go. So if we're going to do a reading on I Ching or tarot or whatever method we're going to do, if we're going to be doing Sigil magic, whatever, it's ready to go. And then I keep myself open to all of that changing, because it usually does. And so that's it. We just go that route, right? So that said, I'll kind of wait for the poll to do its thing, and see what everybody thinks and what we'll do next. And I have the thoth ready to go. And we'll use that to do the tarot portion and to do the court portion of the oracle. And now I want to engage the community here to name this oracle, because what I decided to do is I'm going to put a proper description of how to make it and the description of how to use it, and kind of put it out for people to share around so people can make this oracle and begin to use it. It's really very, very simple to make, and it absolutely works. And especially the I Ching, people who are familiar with I Ching, I joke that the I Ching don't care about your feelings, right? And it's kind of the joke that there's no interpretation necessary with the I Ching. You simply take what it gives you, and the beauty in that is that, especially when you need a quick answer, it's a good resource to go to, right? And now there's some other things that will come up when we do the hexagram itself. For instance, how do we account for changing lines and things along, and so we'll talk about that. But to get a quick little reading done, imagine having a little baggie, or like here's like these little gift baggies that I'm gonna eventually be sending to people with respect to the incense. Let's do it. I have a purple one. Here's your green. Let's do green. You could easily take a small little pouch like this, or something even smaller, right? Depending upon the size of your beads, it can be tiny. And just put them in there and roll it up in your bag, roll it up in your pocket, put it in your glove box, and you've got, a legitimate oracle here. And again, it points to, this is the beauty of the system of the deacons and the system of the connection between the court cards and how they line up compared to that system. Is that you have access to, for instance, if we pull, let's look on the bottom for ease of reading, the Queen of Cups, then we know all kinds of stuff now. First of all, there's 3 deacons associated with the Queen of Cups, which is the 10 of Swords, 2 of Cup, 3 of Cup, We also now are moving into 2 different energies from Gemini into Cancer. So we have this transition from Gemini into Cancer and the elemental significance of that. The polarity significance from moving from positive into a negative energy, from a masculine into a feminine, all kinds of goodies here, right? I mean, anyone who speaks elemental is going, wow, this guy's saying something interesting here. Let's pay attention. Anyone who speaks tarot is like, oh yeah, this is old hat. I love this, right? It's a very elegant system. And it's a way for you to, ultimately, it's the idea of not getting too hung up on the how. Just get the card picked, get the hexagram picked, and do it in a way that feels right, that is random enough where there's no influence from the ego, because that's the thing we're trying to shut up, is the ego. The ego can come out later on, right? We process in the heart first, then the mind. And so it's a great way to make sure that the mind's not involved in the process at all, and that we can, be confident that that took place. So let's see here. Okay, I'm going to just give it 1 more minute, and then we'll either cast a hexagram or pull a court card and some other cards. And it's going to be a lot of fun because and I guess what we'll do, this message will be general for everybody. Okay, this is a general message for everybody. And so first we're going to do whichever one you guys voted for, and then we'll do the other one after that. And those messages will be combined to kind of give us some learning on what it is that we're supposed to know here. Yeah, it's true. Well, if you're, here's the deal. It's funny. If you're an authentic reader, it doesn't, right? If you're an authentic reader, you're going to tell them the truth. Telling people what they want to hear is, you don't need a tarot reader for that. Okay, now I'm going to vote too. Am I allowed to vote? I have to sign into YouTube to vote. Oh, are you kidding me? Okay, hang on a second. Sorry, guys. Gee, what's my login? I don't remember my email. Oh, wait, there it is. Can you believe I can't chat in my own chat room because I'm not logged in the app that I'm using? Okay. Nobody look at what I'm typing. Stop it. Get out of here. Oh my gosh. Here, look at a beautiful dog instead. Okay. That's right. That's my Chloe. Yes, she does look like the dog from the Fool card. You're right. How did you? You're clever. I knew I liked you. And now I know why. Okay. What is my password? You know what my password is? Who wants to know my password? I'll tell you my password right now. Okay? It's 2 initials. This is going to give you access to some serious nonsense. Like, this is not a joke, this password. And it is, I don't know what the age is of the average person in the room here, but back in the early 80s, there was a series of dolls called Wrinkles. And what it was a puppet. It was a dog. And he had overalls on, and he had a bone, and he had a collar. Now the collar was attached to him. It was sewn into his neck, kind of came out of, and it had a leather circle, and on that was stamped a number in gold embossed. And that number, I got that thing at like the 2nd grade. That number is my password, and it's been with me my whole life. And so there you go. Just go find a Wrinkles. Incidentally, every Wrinkles has its own number. So have fun with that. I think it was, 84, 84, 85, somewhere in there. Okay. Wrong password. Come on now. How could it be the wrong password? Okay. It's my password. No, it's not the wrong password. I didn't lock myself out. Two-step verification. All right, okay, note to self, the poll is so not worth it. That's funny. I don't have time for this, but here's the unfortunate thing. Until I get through this, I will have no access to my chat for the rest of the stream unless I stop the stream. Yes, that happened. So, okay, two-step verification. Please, okay, yeah, Motorola, yep, okay, great, send it. Live, people, live. Yes, I am in fact trying to sign in. Yep, that's me. All right, this is, here's the big question. Is my chat going to come back up? Hallelujah. Sorry. Yes, okay, my chat came back up, so I'm excited because I don't have to stop it and restart it and all that, just because I wanted to play with the poll. That sounds dirty, play with the poll. Where is my mind? You know where my mind is? Everywhere. Okay, so what are the results? 100% tarot. That's what we're doing. Okay. Yeah, the energy's messing with your focus. Well, let's do this. Just make sure that you're paying attention to the right place, and it's okay. So, for instance, for the time being, focus on your hearing. Take in the colors in your eyes, but don't pay too much attention to shape or form, sharpness or dull. Just take it all in as like a blur of color and pay attention to the sound. Shania, how's it going? Yeah, we're going to be getting to, actually, why don't you ask your question right now? We're about to do a tarot reading, and you are the target. I was going to do a general one, but you came in at just the right time, so. And so what you can do is this is for Tanamera, as well as Brianna, and myself. There's going to be times where you need to center, or times where you are in a position where you can't turn the volume down. You know, you can't look the other way. You can't leave the room. And so rather what you do, very similar to a headache, is you find the thing that's in the space that's causing you the anxiety, and you embody it. Why would you want to do that? Well, if I'm suffering a headache and I look at the headache, I'm paying attention to it, right? But now, can I look at my head? No, because I am the head. Oh. So if I become the headache, I can't see the headache. And since I'm not looking at it, it's not there. That's the truth. Because again, we've all been there when we had a headache and we had to suddenly pay attention to something else. Somebody called our name and it was sudden, and it was like a direct or a violent name. Like someone's like, you know, needed your attention, and you turn to look at and the headache's not there for a second because you're too busy paying attention to listening. Did someone call my name? Or you're watching. Where are they? But the point is that without your permission or will, your attention was taken away from that and put somewhere else. And what happens is that during that time, although it exists, it doesn't have form, it doesn't have definition, it's not given attention, so it's just latent. Very much like the energies and the intelligences that we activate when we do magic, right? We wake up these parts of ourselves in the universe that are sleeping, that exist in an archetypal sense and are activated when they're spoken. Same idea. So what you do when you find yourself in a bad position, 111, great, is you take a breath, and Now embody the exhale. Before you breathe out, become the air and blow it out. And feel yourself entering the space. And you are that space now, so there's nothing to trigger you. And now look at yourself. And kind of swap back and forth. That's what we're doing already anyway. So, but what winds up happening during this process, regardless of if you are successful in anything I just said, the act of attempting to move your attention does get you out of your head long enough, typically, for a lot of those anxieties to disappear, because oftentimes those anxieties don't have feet. They have to hold on to something to exist in your head, and now if that thing goes, they have nothing to hold on to, and the anxiety just disappears. It doesn't have a foothold. It just has a hold on something, and that something is the false identity that disappears when you leave your thought and move into your body. So let's take a look here at the question. Shania, ask your question. This one's for you. I'm going to be doing a tarot reading in a very special way, and you're going to be the first person that I do with it live on the air. Live on the air. And what we're going to wind up doing is pulling a card using these beads. It really is pretty, isn't it? There's just something about those colors together, the blue and the pink, the green. You know, the blue and the green, that's kind of a beautiful thing, because that's the throat and heart chakra, right? It's speaking your heart. And then with the fire and the air, it's the same thing. Speaking your will. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, let's do this then. In the meantime, I'm just going to pull a card while, if Shania would like to add to put your question in the chat, go ahead. And if not, what I'll do is I'll just pull a card and then we'll apply it to you. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove the seed, the three elements that make everything, the fire, water, air, the Aleph, Mem, Shin, and the witness. You know what, I have a ring that I think I might want to employ in this process to make sure that the witness doesn't run. There's other witnesses too, don't forget, there's 4 other witnesses here. Oh, I guess we're keeping that one, it flew out. Okay, and what do we have here? Just to be clear, the first one that flew out is an air, which means it's going to be a prince. Okay, so, or if you're following along and you're doing the Rider-Waite system, it's going to be a knight. Okay. But this is the prince in the Thoth, Golden Dawn. Okay. And so the next one is going to give me the suit. The first one gives me the station. So in this case, air being the princes or the knights, and the second one will be the suit. Super sweary. I've joked on the channel here. I'm Italian, and I grew up in Brooklyn, and so yeah, that word's pretty natural to me. Of all the ways to say fuck, though, and there's a lot of ways to say fuck. I mean, I grew up in Brooklyn, and that's a pretty diverse area, right? So I could say fuck in Russian, Chinese, Japanese, 14 different dialects of Spanish by the time I was in 3rd grade, right? I mean, because what do you learn from your friends? You learn the fun words. Saucy. Saucy's good. Saucy invites meat. It invites substance. All right. It's basically saucy. Although it seems like an act of bestowal, isn't. It's an invite. It's an act of reception. By using that language, you're going, I'm here. Do you hear me? I hear you. You are heard. Saucy. Are you spicy? Are you sweet? Are you hot? Are you sour? Are you bitter? Are you umami? All right, I'm gonna. For some reason, Tanamera. Oh, probably because you used you swore. But this needs to be seen, especially by people who read cards. Okay. Prince of Wand. Everybody see how we did that? Prince of Wand. Okay. Prince of Wand. So now, just for the sake of the audience, I'm going to pull the card and have it out while we're reading. And as well, we're going to look at some other cards. And so this is for people. You are delicious. Ladyfingers soaked in liqueur. Come on. Okay, so excuse me. I just had this insane vision in my head of just sucking on a ladyfinger soaked in liquor. This, where's Missy? Because she needs to tell me what to do to control this period of time that she's talking about that we're in with the Venus, because I'm out of control. I haven't been able to eat, sleep, think straight. Suggestive all over the place. And look, every synchronicity that occurs is tied to it, to the truth, everything. I did something today that was really cool. I was in the middle of this absolute perfect, perfect stillness. I was in absolute knowing, and I decided to do a bibliomantic working kind of, and I started. I was in the middle of doing some things, and I had music going on, and I decided instead to go to a random playlist, change a playlist, and so I go to Google Music. I put in, and I randomly hit a playlist, and most of the music that's on my homepage is similar, and the songs that came up, I started paying attention to the words. And if it told the story, I would make a note of it. And I was speaking to somebody at the time, and I started sharing with this individual that I thought would be in the position to know what I was seeing. And it turned out to be true. They didn't know what I was seeing, and it was actually very cool to be able to share that. And, that's not even the word. Share implies another, right? It was nice to be in the knowledge that another was there with me. That it was one mind experiencing this knowledge. And some of the songs that came up are really, really, really interesting. But so the idea is that the story is kind of everywhere. And if you can go through these exercises and find it all over the place. And music specifically, though, has this way of speaking for us. It was hard to find that word. Speaking for us. We can embody the song and let it speak our intention, because the song embodies the thing that we want to speak. And practicing the intonation, getting the words just right, especially if you're going to get into Enochian or Hebrew or these things where it has to be pronounced properly, right? No, the song is perfectly done. The song is what you want to be and say anyway. And if you find one that speaks the truth, great. If not, go write it. Because then you get to share that, and other people can speak your same truth that don't have the gift that you have of speech or song or art or music or teaching. It really is a beautiful gift to share your music, because what that does is it allows other people to speak their truth through your song. And now all we have to do is one, be open enough to put our art out and allow people to do that, and two, teach them how. And so let's do it, right? So, did we get a question? I guess we lost her. Okay, well, let's do this. I guess this reading is for everybody in the room. So the first thing we got was the Prince of Wand. Okay, so let's get the Prince of Wand. And now let's look to the wheel. Because what the wheel is going to do is give us the other cards that are related to the prince and his story. Don't forget, we're talking about the March of the Courts here, right? At least in this phase. Later on, we talk about the rise of the proletary, but right now it's the March of the Courts. And each court has a very specific series of family members. And so let's identify the family members. I mean, I just happen to know through my work with it, in this case, the princess is also going to be a wand. And that'll be, you'll see that in the wheel. Let's jump to the wheel. You'll see that in the wheel here. So if we find the Prince of Wands around the wheel, you'll see it in the bottom right quadrant during the period of time between June 12th and August 11th. Okay. Is everybody clear on how I located that and how that works? We're looking for the Prince of Wands. As long as communication took place, it doesn't matter how you spell it. You know, Harvard did a very interesting study once where they took words and they took the first and last letter of the words and they jumbled up all the letters in between completely randomly, and people were still able to read it just fine. Meaning that for a 6-letter word, just think about that, 4 of the 6 letters were inaccurate, right? That's 66% misspelled. That's, I mean, one word misspelled. 66% of the letters are in the wrong order, and we still can get the gist. If communication is the goal, we'll find a way, right? Okay, let's say, put it on shuffle. My oldest son just decoded the dreams I had when my really, I found being authentic inspires others. Yeah, of course, absolutely. I agree with that. Okay, Brianna, no problem. So, what we're going to do is go to the wheel, and we're going to take a look at the period of time that is associated with this prince, and we're going to look at the other family members that are related in this area, right? And there's a couple of types of family member. And so, for instance, the Prince of Wand is related to the Princess of Wand. And in fact, the Princess of Wand is a very special person. The Princess of Wand is the object of his desire. He is the Prince of Wand, but not until she bestows her wand to him. He must win her, right? And he wins her by going through her trials, okay? And so, let's find her. Okay, and now let's take another look at the wheel here. And again, we're looking over at the Prince of Wands, and so the Prince of Wands is also related to the 4, 5, and 6, the 4 of Cup, and the 5 and the 6 of Wand. There's also some other energy here. The 4 of Cup Deacon is related to the energy of the Moon in Cancer, and then we have the 5 of Wand, which is Saturn in Leo, and then we have Jupiter in Leo. So we've got all kinds of goodies here to play with, right? And so if you are a reader that is more geared toward the language of astrology, read the Decadent and the Major of the period, which in this case, again, is a transition period. We're moving from Cancer, right? And so, and we're not staying there very long. During this period of time, we're only in Cancer for 1/3 of the life of this prince before he becomes the king through winning the princess. Or the knight in this case. He's going to turn into the Knight of Disc, right? If you see the wheel, he becomes the Knight of Disc. And she becomes the Queen of Sword. All of that from 2 beads. 2 beads. I already know where these people are going. He's going to become the King of Disc, right? The Knight of Disc. Actually, let's drop this because of Cancer. And what else were we moving into? Pardon my ignorance to this. I just... Leo. Okay. So if I come across lust, I'll throw it out. There she is. Okay, and then we're looking for the Knight of Disc and the Queen of Sword, right? The Knight of Disc. And the Queen of Sword. And this is an interesting reading going on right here. Wait till you see how this one comes together. This is coming together very interesting. This is one of those kind of readings. Where is she? Where's the chart? You know what? I keep looking at this and I gotta recognize, like, I'm old, and so I made myself tools and I'm not using them. So the thing on the screen's for you guys. I'm going to use the paper because it's right in front of me and I can see it cleanly, and so I'm going to use the paper for my wheel. Okay. 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 So, you get the idea here. I mean, again, 2 beads, and look how much learning we have that's already taken place. And now, so what we have here is the idea of the energy flow of the period, the major influence, right? This is the idea of the signs. If the 3 major elements represent the energy that manifests, and then the 7 represent the planets, then the 12 are the environment that they live in. So this is the environment that this circumstance lives in. And you're going to read it that way, right? So this is the general environment of the period of time. It's a transitionary period between Cancer into Leo, from the Chariot into Lust. And what is the Chariot but the idea of the work of communicating with the higher self in order to enroll it in your will, or for it to convince you of its. But it's basically the conversation that we're talking about. And what ultimately the Chariot represents is this cup here, and what's in that cup. Okay. Beautiful, isn't it? You know what's even cooler is when you do the work, you see it in color. That's the point, because you know what? It changes colors. There's four trees, and they all have different color systems. And so, you know, it's not too hard to memorize that it has 4 colors and which one's which. It's like, do the work. It's okay. It's not that hard. I mean, you can memorize a new song and every word and note in that song in a half a day, right? We can do it. What's that? Oh, sorry. Why, Michael, you haven't been meddling with Goetia, have you? No, sir, but the Goetia's been meddling with me. Because I asked it to, and it said yes. That's the secret. Who wants to know the secret? Say yes. Be in a state of listening, and then say yes. That's it. All right, here's my wheel. So, deacons, right? So, and now the deacon that we're going to be looking for is the deacon that is related to the prince, right? And so we're going to find the Prince of Wand, and then we're going to see the deacons related to it. And what that is, I should probably be putting up the correct that I can actually annotate for you guys. Nope. There we go. Okay. And we don't need the I Ching for now. We're going to pop into the vortex. Okay, and so now what are we doing here? What we're doing is we are doing there he is. Okay. Yep. All right, so let's shut off all the vortex stuff because we don't need that. Okay, great. Where is the wheel diagram? There it is. Okay, found the layer. Sorry. Thank you for your patience. And if you weren't, then it's your problem, because I don't know you were impatient. And so I am free from your negativity. But all kidding aside, so the period of time that we are looking at is going to be the Prince of Wands. So let's grab a little black brush. Okay, and so that period includes the Prince, the Princess. It includes these three cards. So the Four of Cups and the 5, 6 of Wand, right? It also includes the planetary energy of the Moon in Cancer. Well, let me choose red there. Sorry, I meant to choose red. The Moon in Cancer, Saturn in Leo, and Jupiter in Leo. And now, depending upon your comfort or your familiarity with these elemental correspondences, this is gold. 2 beads. The world needs more hippies. I'm glad that there's still at least one. I love you. So, you get the gist, right? And the idea here is that also very beautiful, I just noticed, is that we're moving we're starting in Moon and moving into Sun. But the interesting part is that we're moving, like the energy dance the other direction is really significant. So let me jump to them. Don't get old. Yeah, all over the place. This is just like this particular circumstance is moving into a very masculine energy, right? It's moving from Moon into Sun. It's moving from Cup into Wand. It's moving from the 4 energy into 5 and 6. Like everything is becoming like, it's like boiling. It's the idea of exactly that. It's like water being heated. So this circumstance that we're talking about here is raw. Will. And the water is just in a state of receiving it to the degree that it boils and moves. Now it's interesting too, because you have this idea of the Moon and Saturn. You're going from Moon into Saturn. So we're not just moving from the Moon into the Sun planetarily, but the personality of the deacons that are in this circumstance are moving from the moon into Saturn and then into Jupiter. So there's this idea of the feminine receptive being replaced by this hyperactive energy, but hidden by Saturn, which means manipulation. So there's a willful intent here in that masculine energy, but it's not clear, it's hidden. And then that moves into the Jupiter energy, which is out in the open and very, very outgoing. So it's sort of this interesting spiral of how this energy manifests. And then we have the 4, 5, and 6, right? The 4 is the cup. And the 4 of cup is a very different circumstance than the 5 and the 6 of wand. This is a very different idea here than this hyper-masculine energy that we're moving into suddenly. The 5 of wand is almost childish masculinity. I'm bigger than you. My dad makes more money than yours. My girlfriend's prettier. You know, the image is of a bunch of boys up on a hill banging around sticks to see who's biggest, right? And now the 6 is a circumstance where some stuff's taken place, and one of those people won. One of those people, due to the way that they approach that situation from a level of respect or a level of honor or just a level of a quality that the others saw as a leadership, you win that respect and you gain that, and that's why we have the person in the Rider-Waite system. I might have the ability to pop it up. The 6. Give me a moment. It's going to be the 6 of wand. Okay, see, with the victory banner, because this circumstance of the 5, let me get that out of there. Okay, the circumstance of the boys playing turns into one of them won, right? And another way to interpret this is that whenever you think you're the winner, somebody else can easily walk in and make you look small, right? And because there's the 5 wands in the back, and then here's the 6 one with this thing. But in this case, I don't get that. In this case, what I get is that there's the 5 people, and one of them is this person up on the seat, okay? As if there's a 6th fighter here that we just don't see in the scene, right? So it's irrelevant. The story is what matters, right? And so you get the idea here. So again, just to be clear, the power of this technique here with a little bowl of beads, pulling 2 beads gives us access to this whole story unfolding, right? And we could then take the next step of asking the question. I'm not going to do it live here, but I just want to plant the seed of what is the transition. Pull 2 more beads and then lay those with a second deck or with this deck. But I don't like to do that because these cards being out means that if there's any potential overlap, it causes confusion, and so it's better to have a second deck for this type of work. I use 2 decks very often, with one with the intent of symbolizing my higher self or the active form of my identity, and then the color version of the lower world version, right, or the receptive form of my identity, and at least within the form of the descent phase. But that said, then, what this allows us to do is to take a look at the transition, like where are we moving? It's sort of similar to the I Ching idea that there is, and we can pull it out of Kabbalion, nothing is still. Everything is in motion. Except me, I'm still. All y'all are moving. But that said, though, nothing is still. Everything is in motion, right? And so that said, that means wherever you are, you won't be soon, and it's nice to know what we're moving into. So you could apply the same thing, pull 2 more beads, look at the wheel, get all the cards out. I'll pull the deacons here for the sake of the example, and read the transition. You know where we are, and so it's easy to then determine where you're going to wind up being, right? And so now we're looking for the 4, 5, and 6, and the 4 of cup, 5, and 6 of wand. almost there. Almost there. Oh my gosh. Okay. Beautiful, isn't it? Those with the eyes to see look at this and go, wow, middle pillar. Cool, a shortcut. So now, just to be clear, 2 beads gives us access to the elements. The first bead is the station. This is metal, meaning air, meaning prince, or knight in the Rider-Waite. Pull another bead. Second bead, suit, water. This is the Prince of Water. Cup. Knight of Cup in the Rider-Waite. Now that I have a court card, I can go to the wheel, find the court card, and I have the whole beautiful story of the love triangle, the advisors, the love interest, and the trials. It's a beautiful story. I mean, it's you're writing it. It's. Let me rephrase that. You wrote it. Reading tarot is not an act of prediction. It's an act of recollection. Since it's in the divine order, it knows. You wrote it, and it gives us access to the entire story from beginning to end. It's the story of your creation from beginning to end, which you already lived. You look at it and go, oh yeah, I remember that. That's what we're doing. So we have all kinds of stuff here. We have measures that are showing the transition of the period of time that we're in this influence. We have the identity of the thing that is desired and the thing that's necessary in order to attain it. And then we have the reward, right? Which is the idea here of the marriage being complete and them being elevated into their new state, which he becomes the pentacle, she becomes the sword. And then moving forward, because of this work being done correctly, the work creates a child, right? The great work, the cosmic dance, it's all about creation. It's all about love. It's all about the universe making love. And so that's going to include the production of a offspring, and that's going to be the new prince. So we have the Prince of Wand. He sees the Princess of Wand. He wants her. She says, no, buddy. You got to prove yourself. What do I have to do? Take my trials. And her trials in this particular circumstance, in this period of time, it's much bigger with the full spread of these 3 deacons that are associated with the cards of her period, which in this case is going to be that Cancer moving into Leo. And so we're just going to take that single chunk, and it's these 3 deacons right here. Okay. And so first he has to go through the trial of luxury and being able to subdue one's passions, to be able to practice temperance, but not miss a drop of the possibility and the probability to receive that pleasure, and that calm that comes with the knowledge that suffering is a lie. What is luxury? The knowledge that there is no imposition. That's the true. All the cups are full is the outer order meaning. All the cups are full. That's great. That's the 9 of cup, by the way, not the 4 of cup. What the luxury refers to is the fact that there's so much that there's no care. There's no imposition. It's like peace, just knowing that it's faith. That's a great word. Lack of fear. But you get the idea. Then he has to go through the next trial, which is the 5, right? And then the next trial, which is the 6. And we talked about those cards, and so you get the gist. And the idea here with the 6 is to ensure that you don't take a station you didn't earn, especially if it's leadership. Really bad idea to put yourself in a position of leadership that requires a skill that you don't have, because you will be called, and when you are and you're not prepared, you're going to hurt people, right? And so it's important that if you are putting yourself in a position to be seen as a leader, that you earn it. And now, but this energy typically refers to that you have already done that because you've been chosen by the group due to the work. And it was recognized by them that you're doing something correct, so they look to you. You assume leader. You didn't ask for it. That this card assumes leadership, not attains it or obtains it. You attain, not obtain. But so you get the gist. And now beautiful. 2 beads. Great stuff. And obviously you have the opportunity at any time to, now you've got the cards out, do your thing, right? And so you can certainly do that. And there's other opportunities here as well. We can apply the algorithm. We can apply the divine vortex. And what is that vortex? When things descended from the tree and they passed through the abyss, they flipped upside down and backwards. But the 2 outside suits didn't because they're pinned to the pillars. So all that fancy language means is that you flip the cup and sword. So instead of the divine order of wand, cup, sword, pentacle, the higher world order is wand, sword, cup, pentacle, and the sword and the cup are pointed down. So that means that the divine mind is installed into the profane heart. Divine heart is washing clean profane mind. And so that said, and let me just illustrate that for anybody here who's new. And so the logic is, therefore, that you change the suits, meaning anywhere in this spread right here where you see a sword or a cup, flip it. Okay, which we did have, right? And so let's look at that. We had, well, no, these were wands. This is a cup. So that cup in the higher world is going to become an upside down sword. This is going to become an upside down cup, and it's also going to swap positions. Okay, and this is the diagram to make that happen. This is the diagram that you use to unlock that knowledge, to unlock the vortex and how to utilize it. Okay, so this is the tarot that we all know. Right? Wand, cup, sword, pentacle. It turns out that, again, due to the abyss, things fall, and when they fall, they get twisted. So that means that what we're seeing here is not the higher world version, it's the twisted higher world version. This is what it actually looks like in the higher world. The divine wand, divine mind, installing into profane heart in the lower world, the divine cup, washing clean profane mind, and then the pentacles are in unison. So we are the body of the higher world, we are the will of the higher world, but we play with mind and heart in that little conversation there. And so when you're doing the reading, you make that swap. What you do is anywhere you see a cup, when you did the first reading, take the next set of cards when you do 2 more beads, but make sure you swap. So any swords you get in the new reading, you're going to swap with cups. Any cups get swapped with swords. Okay, very simple. And then when we're looking at the ascend, which is going back up the tree, of course, there's also 2, the lower below the abyss and the supernal triad. And you'll notice that these flip and those don't. Interesting system, and it's very effective. Let me just put it that way. How do I know? Because I've used it for 20 years and I invented it. So that said, it does work. And the beauty of this circumstance is that it is referencing, it is pointing to an actual divine truth of the Kabbalah. And so whenever you point to a divine truth and you don't add anything, truth, and it activates and it vibrates and it wakes up. It stirs. It stirs. And if you give it power, it wakes up. So I'm just going to pause real quick, and I'm going to ask anybody here, do they have any questions about what I just covered? It's what I've decided to do here on the channel, rather than just sharing tarot technique, is I'm going to share tarot technique that is my own, because my goal is to add to the conversation, to contribute. So you don't need another person telling you how to do a Celtic cross. You don't need another person attempting to explain how to do an opening of the key. There's a couple of people that I can recommend if you want. Somebody already did an amazing video, so I'm not going to waste time. I do the opening of the key for clients, but I'm not going to teach it here on the channel. It's too long and drawn out. And again, there's plenty of resources online that have nailed it. And so anyone who's interested, just let me know, and I'd be happy to point you in that direction. So let's just catch up here on the chat. Thank you. That's a lot. Okay. Thank you for saying that. Gabrielle, that means a lot, because that's my goal. So all you just said is that your will is done. Gabrielle just spoke the words, your will is done. And I appreciate you pointing that out. That means a lot. I was a student. I am a student, but I was a student of the tarot, just like all of us were. Even Crowley, even DuQuette, right? Even Waite, even Pixie. They were students. And so we know the mistakes, and man, I wish somebody would have told me that. You know how many times I've said that in my life? And so that little compulsion in me to wake things up in you says to me, okay, well, answer that question for them before they even ask. And then the pieces fall together, that's it. Being a teacher is easy. Want to teach. Like, make your actual will for that person to understand the information. And if that's your desire, it'll be done. Because you'll speak enough languages until you get to the one that resonates. And we're going to speak about resonance tonight. That's right, languages resonate. That's why there are angelic languages. That's why there are languages that are closer to holy. That's why there are languages that are garbage and should never be used in magic. Of course, that's a lie. All languages can be used in magic. But what matters is how we connect with the language, how we resonate. Enochian is a very beautiful, holy, magical language. So is Hebrew, so Sanskrit. And if you don't have a command of that language, it's useless. You might as well be speaking gibberish. Right? So, or Pig Latin. Pig Latin can very much be used for magic. Pig Latin's a powerful language. So that's the system. That's it. Okay? And now here's how this works, just to be clear. We'll just start from the top and run the 5-minute elevator pitch. 6 beads, 4 colors each. Or 4 colors, 6 beads. That's all you need. 4 colors, 6 beads. I have a couple for decoration, just to kind of spruce up the jar or the dish while it's sitting. Okay, and the goal here is to have a tool that can be used, but also while it's not being used, you have something you don't mind looking at. And so it's a nice little piece here. But basically what this allows you to do is to just pull 2 beads at random. Okay, oh, look at that. We have a queen finally. All right. Of disc, the queen of disc. Okay, queen of disc. So the first one I pulled was the blue one, which is water, and we know now all queens are water. All water are queens. So that's water. And then the second one is earth, so that's the disc, or pentacle. So that's the queen of pentacle. Now we go over to our chart, and we look at the queen of pentacle, and then we could just go around the wheel until you find it, right? So it's queen of, right on the top, queen of pentacle. And we have all kinds of learning now. We know her deacon is the 10 of wand. That's my deacon, personally. My birthday deacon is the 10 of wand. The 2, the 3 of disc, right? We're moving from Sagittarius into Capricorn. We're moving from fire into earth. All kinds of goodies. And so I don't care what language you speak. If you speak elemental, you got this. You got this. If you speak astrology, you totally got this. All right? You don't even need a deck. You need a chart and some beads. Because you speak the language. It's awesome. If anybody has any particular questions or is interested in learning this on a one-on-one basis, I'm happy to share it. That's my compulsion, so just let me know. Give me what I want, which is to help you. And together we will be better. I have never taught somebody how to use tarot and not learn something in the process that I didn't think about, have never used, or forgot. And so I'm being selfish. But I'm available to help anybody to walk through that process and get comfortable with it, because it's a powerful one. Okay, let's just see. But if it's okay, I noticed you break it down in steps starting from beginner. Yeah. Well, sure, yeah. And you know what? That's a great teaching technique for higher concepts, is explaining it 5 ways. Like I watched a physicist explain gravity to a second grader, a middle schooler or a college, post-grad, and a professional. It was just really interesting to watch that conversation happen, and the levels of complexity. And more important than complexity is assumptions. When you're speaking to a child, you have certain assumptions that you make about their knowledge level that changes how you communicate with them. And it's the same thing as you go up that rung, right? An older individual and so on, or a more experienced individual you may speak to differently. But what we talk and teach here with respect to the tarot and the elements and these things is that that's a universal language that transcends age, knowledge, station, education, vocabulary. It's the universal language. And so when we can make the correlation between the tarot's story and the elements, the planets and so forth, with these other systems, or including words and vocabularies and ideas and concepts, like for instance, gravity, magnetism, strong and weak nuclear. Gravity, pentacle, earth, duh. Okay, cool. Fire, electricity, magnetism, the wand. Wow. Right? And then you have the strong and the weak, which are that idea of the sword and the wand. Or the sword and cup. The sword and the cup. Water and air. The weak being air and the strong being water. So you get this idea. Beautiful. That's true. Yeah, from the mouths of babes. From the mouths of babes is some of the greatest wisdom, right? They don't know any better, so they just spit the truth out. I love that stuff. Like, and we squash it as parents and as societies and as educators, right? We steal that from our children. Mommy, there's a purple bunny in the corner and it's smiling at me. No, there isn't. Magic gone. One statement. No, there isn't. You never tell a child no. They'll come to it on their own. So, okay, so the next thing I want to do is the same exact thing I just did, but we're going to cast an I Ching hexagram, okay? So I just need a minute to heat up my coffee, and I'll be right back. And now I'm not going to be using the Keurig, so just give me a minute to just get it heated up, but it'll just be a couple minutes. Yeah, big time. Good for you, too, for being open to that. To the humor. To the kids are well, the whole world is a joke. You just have to see it there. It's there. And when we talk about some of that music and some of the other stuff later, we're going to bump into some humor related to it too. But just the energy has been so loving that it's been hard not to focus on it for the past couple of days. And we're going to focus on it in a lot of different ways. Because all the things that we're doing here connect to that same thing. Well, good, yeah. What we're talking about is one of two things happening. You're either speaking or listening. And then there's 2 states of each of those. Speaking and not speaking because you're crying. Listening or not listening because you're rejecting. So it's basically 2 states, speak and listen, and then 2 states of each 2 states, which is want to bestow but can't, because you're being rejected and so you're crying, or rejecting. Did you just get a fresh coffee? Cool, yeah, I'm about to join you. I take mine black. I mean, it says it right there. The Anakin story, right? Padme, Anakin, the rise, the fall, the redemption. It's all there. Which one are you? I'm R2. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Alrighty. I have a question really quickly for Tanamera. Do you happen to be Hindi? And the reason I'm asking is that I had a statement that I made yesterday, and I wanted to bounce it off of somebody that was Hindi to see if it was accurate, because it was 100% channeled, and I want to know if it was accurate. But I am a white guy from Brooklyn, and as much as I have a connection to the Eastern philosophy, I liken myself a student of the Zen Buddhism, but I channeled the Hindi system, and I want to know if I got it right. And far be it from me, how dare I attempt to interpret it, right? I mean, I looked some stuff up, and it seemed right, but I don't know. And if that's the case, and you could provide some insight, that would be really great. Okay, so then maybe not. If you know anybody that can help me, that would be great as well. Or if anybody else does, I'm really intrigued on how that would be received by somebody who follows the or has a knowledge of the faith. So I have out here, if you really send them over, and I would love to read what I wrote to them and see how it resonates. I have here on my book my R2 because I joked before I left the stream. I've seen every Star Wars movie in the theater on its opening day since the first. I was there. I was present for the opening day of Star Wars, May 25th. That said, and interestingly, the new movies have been coming out on my birthday for a while, December 16th, which was pretty great. But that said, why R2? Why did I mention R2? Because who is he in the story? Right, R2-D2 and C-3PO are the narrators, of course. They're the perspective. But the reality is R2 specifically is the observer. He's the witness, isn't he? He's present through the entire saga. I believe he speaks the first line. He may have spoken the second. It might have been 3PO, but I think it was R2 that spoke the first line in the whole shebang. He never had his memory erased. This little droid has seen it all. And so he witnesses all of my work, and he's always witnessed it. He's been behind me since I started streaming years ago. He's always been there. This little guy has been on my Christmas tree for a very long time and has witnessed all the love and the joy of those holidays. He's witnessed all of the healing that I've been very fortunate to bring to people. He's witnessed all the frustration I have when I can't do that and I want it so bad. And he's going to witness a lot of very cool stuff tonight. You know what else he witnessed? Your creation. It's in there. It's in there. The memory of your birth is in this little statue because it was present for it. And it's a holographic version of your story. And so all we need to do is to speak that language. And because our soul is always talking. The truth is always speaking to us. We are never alone. The reason we don't hear it? Because we're using our ears. You think you're going to hear the divine with ears? Please. There's only one thing that can hear the divine. Spoiler, it's not your heart. The Book of Changes and the Unchanging Truth. I brought this out a while back to talk about the vortex with respect to the Eastern philosophy. May 21st. Wow. Oh, wow. That's cool. I'm not the oldest person in the room. You got me by 6 months. So, and there's some beautiful knowledge in this book. This is not just the I Ching. There's also some Confucian stuff, and there's some subtle energy stuff. There's an individual who had asked me a question related to food. Or not, they didn't ask a question. They stated their opinion, and I agreed with it. And I have something to add to that with respect to the Eastern opinion about subtle energy and how it affects the body and how it resonates with food and other things. And so I'll save that for another time because I want them to be present for it. Okay. I'm a Taurus moon. And so one of the things I was doing here as well is kind of going through the Confucian stuff one at a time. And we read the first one and then go through them. We're going to go through them one at a time, and I'll comment after the fact, and we'll kind of open it up for questions. But the I Ching is very different than the tarot. It's much more of a subtle energy. What the I Ching is attempting to answer, and the thing that it excels at, is where are you now and where are you moving? It recognizes the fact that everything is in a state of change constantly, and that change is an interplay of the elements and how they interact. And when you have a picture of where you are and a general idea of the state that you're in, it's easy to predict where you're going, right? And so this is what we're going to do. What we're going to do is to take a look at where we are by drawing a hexagram, and then what we're going to do is we're going to do a nuclear and take a look at where that is moving. Okay. I love that. What's your sign? It's complicated. That's funny. My sign. Do you want to know my sign now, or what it's going to be when you and I get together? Because you're looking a little red to me, and I'm feeling kind of purple. Looks like our sign's magenta, baby. But seriously, all kidding aside, could you imagine if somebody hit you with that line? I don't know what I would do. I would laugh. I would straight up laugh in that person's face. And then I would give them an A for effort. But, funny stuff, man. What was that one song? What's your sign? Pisces. Wet Dream. I have to do this. I have to read this to you people. This is hysterical. Who here is familiar with Wet Dream? It's a beautiful little poetry that's all fish puns, and it's hysterical. I need the lyrics. There we go. Okay. Really is something. His birthday is cool. He was born on April 41st. It was April 41st, it being a quadruple leap year, and I was driving in downtown Atlantis. My Barracuda was in the shop, so I was driving a red Stingray, which was overheating. So I pulled into the Shell station. He said I had blown a seal, and I said, fix the damn thing and leave my private life out of it, okay, pal? While they were doing that, I went across the street to the Oyster Bar, a real dive. I just love this. But I knew the owner, Gil, because he used to play ball for the Dolphins. I said, hey, Gil. You have to yell. He's hard of hearing. So I bellied up to the sandbar and ordered a rusty snail, hold the grunion, with a peanut butter and jellyfish sandwich on the side, heavy on the mako. I was feeling good. I even dropped a sand dollar in the box for a Jerry Squids, just for the halibut. Well, the place was crowded. We were packed in like sardines. They were probably there to hear the big band sounds of Tommy Dorsal. He was rocking the place with a very popular tuna, Salmon Chanted Evening. And the stage was surrounded by screaming groupers, probably there to see the bass player. Well, one of them was this cute little yellowtail, and she was giving me the eye. So I figured this was my chance for a little fun, you know, a piece of Pisces. But she said things I just couldn't fathom. She was too deep. She seemed to be under a lot of pressure. Oh boy, she could drink. She drank a lot. I'm sorry, I'm having a lot of fun. And then she gives me the same old line, not tonight. I got a haddock. And she wasn't kidding either, because in walked the biggest, meanest looking haddock I had ever seen. He was covered with muscles. And he said, "Hey, shrimp, don't come." It's too good. I'm sorry. "Don't come trolling around here." I said, "Abalone, you're just being shellfish." Well, I could tell there was going to be trouble, and so could Gil, because he was already on the phone with the cods. The haddock hit me with a sucker punch. I landed him with a left hook. He eeled over. It was a fluke, but he was lying on the deck, flat as a mackerel. I said, "Forget the cods, Gil. This guy's going to need a sturgeon." Well, the yellowtail was pretty impressed with the way I landed her boyfriend, and she said, "Hey, big buoy, you got a real game fish. What's your name?" I said, "Marlin." After that, we had a whale of a time. I took her to dinner. I took her to my place. I even bought her a bouquet of flounders on porpoise. And what did I get for my trouble? A case of the clams. That is a piece of poetry that I originally heard on a radio show I listened to as a kid. I was well, I spent a lot of time alone as a child, and the radio was my friend back in the day. And I listened to a lot of Coast to Coast AM, and I listened to a lot of AM radio, and I listened to a lot of shortwave, and I did ham. Terminal Frost was my handle. And there was a radio show on that was called Dr. Demento. And all of the songs were silly in some fun way, right? Like Wet Dream was an example, right? Or what's it, Hella Mudda Hella Fada was played, stuff like that. The Homecoming Queen's Got a Gun. The Masochism Tango, which, by the way, I sing Masochism Tango karaoke everywhere I go, and nobody knows it. And so this music starts playing, and then I start singing, and the first line is, "I ache for the touch of your lips, dear." And so people hear that right away. "I ache for the touch of your lips, dear." And they're like, "Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I haven't heard this, but whatever, you know." "But much more for the touch of your whips, dear. You can raise welts like nobody else as we dance to the Masochism Tango." That's a great song. That's by the same guy who wrote "Poisoning Pigeons in the Park." Oh, born and raised in Canada? So yeah, my jokes are like kid. But at least, you know, at least you understand the spirit of humor to a degree that you can be nice enough to tell me that I'm funny. Yeah, I have a lot of performers in my family, but they're all musicians. There's no comedians in the family, but yeah, good stuff though. They're Dr. Demento is hysterical. You know, a lot of it's smart too, like really, really smart humor. But just good stuff. Who Put the Booger on My Beer Mug? That's a song. Boot to the Head. There's some goodies. Yeah. Star Trekking. Good stuff. Yeah, you know, it's an important thing too that, you know, a big portion of my channel here is related to magic, which is really just a fancy word for doing work that helps you to elicit the conversation, you know, to find the one truth. But one of the most powerful forms of magic in the universe is laughter. Because laughter, especially when it's another, is an act of speaking and listening that leads to an emotional reaction that's shared. Your intent is to make me laugh, and you say something, and then I do. The communication was successful, and we both share that reaction. We become one being, sharing And the thing that we are is the laughter, the joy that's eliciting it. So when you make somebody laugh and the two of you laugh together, you actually become one being. So imagine the power that a comic has that's really doing it right on stage. Wow, right? Big deal. That's the power of a laugh. That's the power. That's why, you know what? Laugh at a child's joke, no matter how stupid it is. So what we're going to do is we're going to draw a hexagram. Now this is slightly different than using the tarot. And so how this is going to go here is I'm going to remember what layer this is and turn it off. And so how this is going to go is we're going to take the masculine and the feminine to determine the line, right? Whether it's a yin or a yang line will be determined by the polarity and gender. And what does polarity and gender mean with beads? Well, we're going to use the tarot elemental system, and we're going to use our knowledge of those to determine that. So for instance, wand, male, duh, right? Wand is a masculine energy. Cup, feminine, duh, right? So those are the two obvious ones. And then again, obviously, the sword is a masculine energy, and it's an active energy. And the pentacle is the divine feminine, the body, the womb, the birth. It's the physically manifest reality. It's purely, absolutely feminine. So, and the way I have that therefore is that there's the divine feminine in the pentacle, and the divine masculine in the wand. These are two of the opposite extremes: plasma, no form, and form, and then the interplay in between of emotion and mind. So basically, if I get an earth or a wand, they are the raw energy and they are unchanging. Okay? If I get a wand or a pentacle, they are unchanging. No, but I mean, if you want to work with me on getting it written, I'll give you half. And then so, and now if I get one of these, I'm kidding. I don't share. I don't sell knowledge. I can't do it. I won't do it. I won't sell knowledge. Is if we have one of these transitional, which we have is the sword and the cup, are changing. Now, why this is typically inaccurate is it's very similar mathematically to the probabilities when using coins, which is not very good because you wind up with too many changing lines. And we may experience that here, we'll see. But I can tell you from experience, you do. You wind up, in some cases, you'll have 4 or 5 changing lines. That's not really accurate, the way that the I Ching is meant to work. And the way to make it more accurate is to use the seed or yarrow method of deriving the hexagram. Although it doesn't make it less accurate, it just gives it too much change. And so you don't have to honor the changing lines, depending upon the reading that you're doing. And for the sake of this circumstance here, what I'm going to wind up doing is just doing the basic hexagram. And if we don't have too many, we'll read the changing lines. But if not, then we're just going to do a nuclear, which is you take the inner trigrams and make a new hexagram out of it. So it's a natural progression of how that change would take place. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to draw 6 beads. After each bead, I'm going to replace it, and then, okay? And so what we're going to do is have let's put there so that doesn't fall off the desk. So I'm going to have a piece of paper with me handy so I can draw the hexagram while we're going. Get my dry erase marker. Okay. So, what we're going to do here is just very calmly and gently set our intention, which is to discover the truth. There's no questions. It provides truth. Questions are not what we're here for. We're here for the truth. We're here for the message of what it is that if we were able to quiet our mind and to bypass and for our heart to hear the truth directly, what would that message be? Earth. So this is going to be an unchanging yin line. So the bottom line is unchanging yang line. So far we are here. Where are we? We're lending toward maybe water, right? Maybe wind. So we're looking at water or wind on the top, right? We have water. Okay, so that's the upper trigram. And so we've derived our upper trigram. Just to take a look at the particular trigram of what we're seeing, let me go into the correct interface here. Okay, so this particular trigram is these, is it up there? Okay, give me a moment. Okay. Almost there. Stand back, people. I'm a professional. Okay. Okay, that is not the one we're looking for. These are the trigrams. The one I'm looking for is going to be it's middle yin. Actually, this is sort of a silly exercise, to be honest, and I apologize because we're going to be deriving a full hexagram, and so I should just pop up the full hexagram when we're done. So let me just do that. Sorry about that. And fiddling around with this when it's actually just right in the book is just silly. I keep trying to make the software work for me, and I should just do what I've been doing for 47 years, which is the right way. Grab a pen, grab some paper, and do it the right way. So now we're doing the lower trigram, and it's going to start with a yang on the bottom. That's good. That's a good way to start a trigram, is with a nice solid foundation. That's the correct energy with respect to the divine order. That makes a lot of sense. Ask the divining system if there will be a U.S. famine in 2023. Okay. Some Christians are committed to the idea that there will be a famine in some sort and that it's all biblical. That's dumb, because the reality is that the Bible is very specific that when that occurs, At least, the big, bad, scary story in the end, that nobody will know. And anybody who says that they do is wrong. Like, so that's the cool part, because it just tells us, like, chill out. If you think you know when the world's going to end, that's not when it's going to end. And so there's some comfort that comes with that. But also, famine, I think we're very close to a tipping point here globally, right? That regardless, we're going to wind up having to face this. And so he might have been right on, right? He might have been right on. Because like you were mentioning here, like he wasn't just looking for, some kind of derived process. This was very specific to, there's things that he had an understanding of. It was kind of talked about originally in the Foundation series by Isaac Asimov. This idea that if you really understood the ebb and the flow of larger periods of time, you could very easily predict global events that are can seem almost mystical in the way that you're able to do that. Why can't you eat tarot cards or cardboard? But that said, though, and you can see these cycles very similar to the Mayan calendar that has this small count, the smaller kind of minutia of the daily experience, and then the large count, which is very, very big periods of time that count these grand wheels, right? Water is a changing line. So what we're going to wind up doing here is we're going to put our dashes and then put a little dot in the middle to indicate that it's going to change. Okay, well that isn't so clear with my dry erase, and so I'll just put a dot there. And then we just have one more line to pick. And that's a second changing line. Okay, and is that lake on the bottom? Thunder. Okay, so we have water over thunder. And so now we go to water. We go to thunder. And we have the third hexagram. That's what we're going to look for, third hexagram. Okay, see how that all came about? Very basic. And we have two changing lines, which is not bad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to honor that. Okay, so I'm going to just rewrite this trigram or this hexagram a bit cleaner. And so we have our yang, two changing yins, okay? And then we have a steady yin, a yang, and then another steady yin. Now this is going to change, and so let's just do the permutation now. So that's going to stay with the yang, but that's going to also move into masculine energy. Both of these are moving into masculine energy, okay? And the top, the water, does not change. And so that is steady. Okay. So, are there any questions on how I derived that process? Thunder and lightning are beautiful because it's thunder and lightning are the same idea of the concept of the sword and the cup, right? They actually occur at the same time, but are perceived completely differently. One is visual, one's auditory, one is immediate, one rumbles and it carries and it lingers. They're two complete opposites, right? Thunder and lightning, but they're not. They're two sides of the same coin. And that's what I talk about here all the time. Separate is a lie. Separate is a misunderstanding. There is no separate. Just like the candle in the beginning of the stream here, that candle is not a candle. A candle is a function. And that function is a human decision. I think I'm going to call that a candle, but that said, though, so this is our progression here. So the first one we get is 3. Now let's look at the new one here. It's still lake, right? And or water rather, and we're going to heaven. Water over heaven. So we're moving from the 3 to the 5. Okay, so we're moving from 3 to 5. Okay. And so that's it. And so I'm going to just put this up here. We're going to start with the original hexagram, which is the third. To be stationed or to assemble. Be stationary and firm. Do not move. It is helpful to establish leadership in a new community. Perhaps I should form a cult. In this hexagram, water is above thunder. Thunder indicates strong yang energy that pushes forward and is capable of breaking through obstructions. The upper trigram, Kan, water, symbolizes an abyss. Any premature movement by the yang energy is blocked, and the image of a stockpiling of energy or an assemblage of people is created. This is like water in the dam that is unable to move and therefore accumulates. Since movement is the situation, and it will bring trouble, one can benefit by remaining stationary, gathering energy, and waiting for the situation to change. Thus, there will be no negative response. Now, this particular hexagram had two changing lines, and so the numbers go from the bottom up, and so the bottom line is the first line, is line 1. The second line is line 2. The third line is line 3, and so forth, right? So we have changing lines 2 and 3, okay? And so now we're going to consult the changing lines, which was the first major addition that we got between Confucius and King Wen, were the changing lines. Very, very good stuff. King Wen changed the order, moving it from the divine binary into the order that we see, that wheel, this one here. Inside is the binary, and around the outside circle is the natural manifestation. It's the difference between phi, the perfect phi, the infinite 1.618, and the reciprocal with the 0.618, and Fibonacci, which is not accurately phi, but it's gosh darn close, right? And as you get further along in complexity, it gets more accurate until it terminates at 14 digits of decimal. And then it no longer tends toward true phi. So there's a spot that it stops being accurate. And it's a similar circumstance in the math here. But you get the idea. So the changing lines here, changing line 2, difficulty in proceeding, like riding a horse and moving unsteadily on the way. The man is not accepted and is thought to be an invader. After many years having passed, an understanding is reached, and the virtuous woman accepts his advances. The second line is like a weak person who is riding a strong horse and is having difficulty controlling it. The fifth line, in this correct match for the second, but because of the obstructions represented by the third and the fourth yin lines, their marriage is prevented. However, their union will eventually be achieved. The difficulty can also be illustrated by the yang line in the first position. That's this one here. He is very close to this line and wishes to marry her. However, he is not right for her. If she hastens to marry the first line, remorse will follow. Because she's so close to the first line, the fifth line seems like an intruder. As she has not yet understood that he is her real mate, it will take her 10 years for her to accept him. Okay, so the lesson here is the idea that this circumstance, there is a feminine energy that is looking at something old, comfortable, and there's something new that is right but seems wrong. But now let's look at the third line, because that's more important. The third line is the if you consider the energies emerge up, right? And so this is the progression of the circumstance and how that change is progressing. And then we're going to look at the next hexagram. But so now this is the emergence of that. This is kind of like the what was happening, and this is kind of a little bit moved more toward what's coming. Hunting without a guide, one is certain to be lost in the forest. One of balanced virtue would give up rather than follow his desire for adventure. The third line faces the abyss, which is represented by the upper trigram of water. It's these three. Alright, that's right here, water. There we go. It has no correspondence with the second and fourth lines because they are two yin energy, thus it is isolated and is in a dangerous position. Although the goal of this line is to reach the fifth, the dangerous abyss lies ahead. This is like going into the dark forest to look for a deer. The goal cannot be successfully achieved and will end in trouble. Do not be tempted or stirred by illusions of possible victory. Beautiful. I want to reread the actual statement too. Hunting without a guide, one is certain to be lost in the forest. That's so true. And I spoke about that yesterday, right? That all of the adepts work in twos. And there's a reason for that. Okay. So then, let's look at where this is progressing, because this is where the energy is coming from. What we have to look at is this next trigram or hexagram to see what the energy is moving toward, like where it's moving. Where we are right now is in here. We're in this space, transitioning from this one state into this other state. And so this is where we need to look, right? And this is going to be water over heaven. I believe water over heaven is a good omen. Oh, great. Well, here's another one. There's a natural order. I love just dropping gems. This is a good one. And so the natural order is yang, so the line, and then dash, line, dash, line, dash. So masculine, feminine, masculine, feminine, masculine, feminine. That's the perfect order. And so look at this hexagram that I have right here, right? That is opposite of that. So the bottom, all the lines are in their incorrect order. And so this is essentially a moment of before getting it right. And the name for this hexagram is prior to crossing the water. And now the correct is the opposite of that, which would be a yang, yin, yang, 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 yin, where everything is in the correct order. And so now if you cast a hexagram and the third line is a dash instead of a line, it's in its wrong energy. It's like a fire elemental, in a swimming pool. It doesn't belong there, and so it causes issues. So let's go ahead and look at the fifth hexagram. Waiting, stagnation, hesitation. Stagnation. To overcome it, one needs faith, patience, and sincerity. Proceed with hope as if embarking on a new adventure. I'm sorry, that's just very personal. I have to think about that for a minute. I'm not going to do that live, but wow. In this hexagram, water is above heaven, suggesting the image of clouds in the sky. Although rain is expected, it has not come yet, and anticipation is created by the delay. Heaven expresses the energy of initiative, creativity, and strength. Water symbolizes an obstruction to this heavenly energy and indicates that danger lies ahead. Though one wishes to fulfill one's needs, nothing should be done in a hurry. This is difficulty in moving forward at this time. If one advances recklessly, one will plunge directly into the abyss. Good. I'm going to get to that in a sec. However, by gradually moving forward, the goal can be achieved. Okay, so let's look at this. This is where the Western Hermeticist approaches the Eastern philosophy in a vulgar manner. And so I'm going to just pop myself into the outer order where we have permission to insult deity. I want to read that paragraph again, and then I want to talk to you about the magic of the power of giving in to the tower, of dying daily on purpose so that we can rebuild. Heaven expresses the energy of initiative, creativity, and strength. Water symbolizes an obstruction to this heavenly energy. and indicates that danger lies ahead. Though one wishes to fulfill one's needs, nothing should be done in a hurry. There is difficulty in moving forward at this time, and if one advances recklessly, one will plunge directly into the abyss. Now, I want to start this over here, right here. Danger lies ahead. Though one wishes to fulfill one's needs, nothing should be done at this time. That's, okay, fulfilling one's needs. Whose needs? The body's or the higher self? Because if you're fulfilling the higher self's needs, then keep doing that. If you're fulfilling the body's needs, then it's time to go ahead and dive headfirst into the tower. It's just going to cause you suffering. By unifying the will of the mind, or the will of divine and the will of profane, and allowing your cup to be filled with mind, and allowing your mind to be filled with cup, it's correct. The order is proper, just like I talked about with the lines. They have a certain position, and when they're out of position, it doesn't work. Try talking with two swords. Doesn't work. It's just people talking over each other. Try being heard, your emotions. Try speaking what you're feeling when somebody else is doing the same thing. Their cup's full. They don't have room. They can't take in what you have to say because they're not even capable. Die daily. The tower is permanent. There's no going back. There's no reconstitution. There's no reformation. It's transformation or nothing. Well, yeah, that's a lie. But you always attempt to fulfill the higher needs, right? That's great. If you were always fulfilling your higher needs, you wouldn't be here. You would have floated away, and I'm jealous. If that's true, please tell me how. Please tell me how to remember in those moments that I forget. So you get the idea here. The abyss is an opportunity. If you're afraid, you're halfway home. If you're in pain, it's an opportunity to transform that into the recognition that pain is an adjective. It's a perspective, and perspective is a product of personality, which is a lie. We form our personality every moment by deciding what it is and then forgetting that we decided. And then we identify with it. And then that personality gives us all this nonsense, like a perspective that causes opinions that we're in pain. Pain is a thing. Suffering is made up. Suffering is just an opinion about that. So don't fear the abyss. It's the only way to transform. The tower is the only way. The tower is the tool that allows that to take place, okay? Oh, that's awesome. It's a pretty name. Mm-hmm. Yep. So very quickly, I've been too busy talking. Is Emma funny tonight? Because Emma's usually pretty funny. Am I missing any gems? Let's see, I gotta scroll back and take a look. Thankfully, Emma doesn't have a picture up because trolls don't put up pictures. But Emma's a smart one. And so I'm gonna scroll back and look for that orange E, and we're gonna have fun reading this beautiful stuff. Let's see here. Ask the divining system if the U.S. will be in famine. Oh, we talked about that. I can't do I Ching, so, oh, wait, okay. Nostradamus didn't seek obtrusive, oh, we talked about that. Okay, wait, I'm all caught up so far, let's see. You can't eat tarot. Yes, you can. It's just cardboard. It's not nutritious. Is it likely? Okay. Oh, you're back to the famine. It'd be quite interesting to see what Spirit says. Okay, well, tell you what. I'll do that then. I will do that. I will let you decide. Would you rather me do I Ching or tarot, Emma? To see what's as far as famine in the U.S. in the next year. And I'm not kidding. I'm not. I know I play with you and whatever the case, but you invite it, and so let's play. And I'm being serious this time, though. I will answer your question as if you were anybody else that came in here and said, "Hey, listen, I honor and respect what you're doing. Please answer the question," instead of "I don't believe in this, but let's have fun." So, would you prefer that I use tarot or I Ching? And I will approach this question honestly, and we'll look at famine in the United States. And now it's interesting. You've asked the question twice. specifically with the words United States famine. So are you assuming that the famine won't affect the rest of the world? Because we're the greatest consumer. And so if there's a famine here, that means that it's because food supply from elsewhere is having trouble. So what you're asking is are we going to have a food shortage somewhere else that America won't be able to take the food? Because I tell you what, not to be that guy, I'll be just fine. Me and mine know how to grow food. Me and mine know how to kill and cook. I will not have famine. Those who rely upon retail to survive are in big trouble if something goes down, right? Like, anyone who's been through a hurricane knows what that means, right? 10 days without stores, you're done. How are you eating? I'm going to eat. Are you? Right? And so it's a matter, and I'm not talking about digging a hole in the ground and prepping with cans of food and, whatever. It's just being self-sufficient and recognizing how we were always supposed to live, which is that eat your burger, enjoy your steak. I love dark coffee. But I don't need dark coffee to survive, and if we had to, we could eat, and and feed each other. Plenty of people don't know how to do that stuff, and people who do feed the ones who don't. Okay. Great. So then let's do the I Ching. And we'll use the same system. This is an oracle that I developed, okay? So Emma, you get this is the first actual person I'm using this as a reading for, because the other ones were general. There wasn't a question or an individual target. So this is the first time I'm using this oracle live for an individual, and it's for you, Emma. And the question is, will the United States suffer a famine by 2023, or in 2023? Yeah, Katrina was a mess. Katrina was a mess in a lot of ways. All right. True. Yes, but don't miss the nuance either, right? Time era. There's no shame in enjoying the flavor. Just don't become addicted to the flavor. Don't eat for the flavor, but enjoy it. Eat for the nourishment. Stay for the flavor. Okay, so let's do this. I'll just use my finger. Okay, so let's just clean that. Okay. And so to the people who are interested in the technical part of what we're doing here, again, we're using the elemental system to derive a court card. And the whole purpose of this, or in this particular case, a hexagram. Pardon me. Alrighty, so what we're going to do is use this to derive a hexagram. I apologize. We're not doing the court card, we're doing a hexagram. And so what we're going to wind up doing is pulling 6 beads, and depending upon the elemental that comes, each will determine whether it's a yin or yang, and whether or not it's a changing line. Okay. I'm sorry, I was just thrown off horribly, and I was not prepared for that. So give me a moment. I'm sorry. When you're focused on like a divinatory work, and you're in a channeled state, and you're thrown off, it takes a minute to get back, and that was just so just some stuff went down here that. I'm sorry. All right, so let's move ahead. I'm going to pull 6 beads, and each one is going to be determining what line we have. And just to clarify, the extreme elements of the wand and the pentacle are non-changing, whereas the cup and the sword, which are always in a state of sort of flipping back and forth between the higher and the lower world, do change. Okay. So this is a changing water line. another changing waterline. Okay. Okay, that's a non-changing yin. Okay, so this is our top trigram. And we have mountain and 2 changing lines. Now, like I said, this system, similar to the coin method, has a very similar probability, and so it usually it suffers from excessive changing lines, and that's just a function of the math of the system, right? There it is again, right? It's another changing yin. And if there's too many, again, I'm not going to do the changing lines, and instead, what I'll do is I will demonstrate a nuclear hexagram, which you take from this one to show the natural progression, as opposed to the change based on minutia, human interaction affecting the small, subtle pieces. Earth. That's a non-changing feminine. And in the final. Okay. So on the bottom we have earth. That's going to be changing into fire. Okay, and so just to be clear, fire is the opposite of water. So it's 2 yang with the yin in the middle. And actually, I should just jump over here and pop up the diagram. That's what I'm looking at in paper. Okay, so, and so you'll see on the top there, the top is, or the bottom hexagram rather. This one right there. Okay, is in a state of changing both the first and the third line. So that's going to be shifting into a fire energy from Earth. So Earth is going to ignite. Earth will heat and move, motion, dynamism. And the top energy, which in this case is mountain, is also going to be changing into heaven. And so we're moving from mountain in over earth into heaven over fire. Ooh, spooky fucking language. So basically what you're looking at here is the idea of hell on earth. No, but all kidding aside, let's just draw the next hexagram and then we'll do this properly. I apologize for injecting humor into the seriousness of the work. And now the next one as well is going to be changing into, all right, so this is the new hexagram. The first one here, let's get the number. Mountain, earth, 23, all right, 23. And this next one, we're starting with heaven, and fire, number 13, okay. And so this is the progression as far as all the changing lines. Now, as far as nuclear is concerned, rather than changing lines, what you can wind up doing, is rather than adjusting the changing lines to create the new hexagram, you can take the original, and there's a technique that you bring it through that gives you a new hexagram naturally. And what you do is you'd, and let me draw it elsewhere, and there's some space up here that looks good. This is the original, and then we're going to ignore changing lines just for the sake of the this example. Okay, and so we have this here, and now what we're going to do is just take these 3, and that will be the new lower trigram, and then take these 3, and that is the new upper trigram, or sorry, these other 3, these 3, which incidentally in this case are the same. So this becomes straight up receptive. Okay, and so this energy moves into divine feminine. And the state that it's in right now is mostly feminine, crowned by a man in a woman's position, right? Because that line should be female and it's male. This one, that top line. But anyway, that said, let's look at the actual guidance from the I Ching. Forget about Michael, the white guy from Brooklyn. Let's go to the book of the person who's been studying this for his whole life from an Eastern philosophy as his worldview. And 23. Erosion, decline. Now is not a good time to go anywhere. In this hexagram, mountain is above earth. The image usually represents a stable condition, but here the yang energy is ascending and the yin is descending. This suggests that since the summit is without support, the base of the mountain is eroding. Where there is only one yang line above 5 yin lines, there could be no interaction. Therefore, the result is one of separation or splitting apart. So, I mean, if we're considering with respect to your question here, which is, will the United States have a famine in 2023? So far, what we're looking at is erosion. And that's interesting because erosion, topsoil erosion, and coastal erosion, and erosion with respect to the coral reefs have a lot to do with the ecosystem of food production. So interesting, right? And I am stretching. It's just the word erosion. Erosion does not mean famine. But let's continue. Because we also have a lot of changing lines. This hexagram depicts the time of sunset. The following hexagram, revival, has 5 yin lines above 1 yang line, which is the opposite, right? So it'd be a line on the bottom with a bunch of receptive. And represents sunrise or a time of renewal. Decline is associated with the months of October and November, where yin energy has almost reached its fullest and autumn takes the transition into winter. Renewal is associated with the months of December and January, where the yang line first starts to assert itself again. It's good to remember that in this situation of decline, the condition will always change to one of revitalization and renewed growth. The 5 yin lines of the hexagram can be thought of as evil or negative forces, while the top yang line is in the single force of virtue. Any situation that has one portion of virtue combined with 5 portions of evil is a dangerous one. So, if you consider that with respect to the idea of geopolitical happenings, dynamics, doings, motivations, power structure, let's read that again, okay? So, really quickly, Emma, I'm going to read this statement, and I want you to look at it from the perspective of geopolitical dynamic. The 5 yin lines of this hexagram can be thought of as an evil or negative force, while the top line is the single force of virtue. Any situation that has one portion of virtue combined with 5 portions of evil is a dangerous one. Everyone must face the inevitability of decline at certain times in their lives. One cannot always expect to rise, but decline gives way to renewal. Like a bare tree blossoming in the spring. Poe thus guides us to an understanding that the causes of decline and erosion and how to deal with them. You know what the cause of erosion is? The 1%. One country taking the resources of all the other countries. And so when there's global famine, we're fine. Any situation that has one portion of virtue combined with 5 portions of evil is a dangerous one. Everyone must face the inevitability of decline at certain times in their lives. One cannot always expect to rise, but decline gives way to renewal. Imagine if we see that there's a place in the world where there's something going down with the food production, and the rest of the world, instead of being so focused on printing green pieces of paper said, well, hey, I have resources that can help feed an entire freaking population of people instead of ignoring that fact so I can have my cheeseburger. And so anyway, Poe thus guides us to an understanding of what causes the decline and erosion and how to deal with them. The single yang line cannot withstand the advancing negative force. It's such an overwhelming situation, one should gather one's energy and not confront the evil directly. Storing energy in difficult times enables one to prepare for renewal. Now, all right, I'm going to stop there and then look at some of these changing lines, because we're moving into a totally new hexagram. But before we get there, let's take a look at the first changing line, which will put this in a state of '62ness. 62ness. That's funny. Minor excess. Okay, this is encouraging. We may not all starve to death. Minor excesses cause trouble. Oh, well, oh boy. It is not safe for the bird to fly high. It should stay low. One should not attempt large undertakings at this time. And now the first line. Erosion has legs of a bed. Erosion at the legs of a bed. Some danger. The first line suggests that the feet of the bed by which one is supported are beginning to be undermined. The image of the bed is used because it is during sleep that we are most vulnerable. Wow. Thus, line represents the beginning of danger and warns that one should be cautious of a shaky foundation in one's social, financial, or general condition of life. So basically, keep your eyes open. And that's an interesting implication here, because what that's saying is that if we do wind up having an issue related to famine, that it's preventable. This is implying that it occurred because we were asleep at the wheel. Global warming. Not my problem. So, let's look at the next line here. He is only good during times of erosion. Okay, so yeah, interesting. This is talked about before, right? There's 5 people, 5 people, and one of them is virtuous, and this is referring to that. He's the only good one. During times of erosion, the third line is not the undermining influence like the others, because it corresponds to the top yang line. Among all 5 yin lines, only the third can respond to the top and thus maintain normalcy. We'll get past the poetic language in a minute and we'll comment. Among all 5 yin lines, only the third can respond to the top and thus maintain normalcy. A pearl is found among the swine. Thus the yin lines wish to harm the top yang line. The third line is able to stay removed from evil, thus his light has not been extinguished by environmental influences like that of the others. So this is implying that there's an influence of a person's mind that, due to the circumstances of their environment, shielded them from the lie. So they were able to see this happening. The individual who is being virtuous because they were knocked awake. And they were the only one that was awake in the room and saw it going on, while everyone else was sleeping and stuff was falling apart. And, there's a fox in the hen house. This one individual is kind of awoken to the situation and has become aware of it. And because they're aware of it, they can maybe wake people up to the change needing to happen, or observe and see how they can make that change. But this is the idea here of, you can't manage what you can't measure. And if nobody's looking, then you don't even realize that there's a problem until sometimes it's too late. Wait till we hit peak oil, right, Emma? Peak oil. Incompetency, 1000%. That's the word here. Asleep, no. Indifference. Indifference is different than incompetence. Incompetence may even imply that you have a good heart and have good intention, but you're just fail. You're incompetent, you fail, but you might have good intention. That's different than indifference. Indifference means you don't give a fuck. Oh, they're hungry? I don't care. That's indifference. Oh, they're hungry? Oh, I want to feed them. Let's build this system that'll help irrigate, and it breaks and doesn't work. You're incompetent. You wasted our money trying to help these people, but you wanted to feed them, right? That's the difference. And I'm going to stop there, basically, because there's a lot of changing lines. And so let's just look at the next line. The progression when it's all complete. All of the changes are done. The state that we're going to be in, and Emma, this is the answer to the question, is the 13th. And that is... You're not going to believe me. Emma's not going to believe me, and she's going to accuse me of reading between the lines, and she's going to accuse me of trying to find my way in it. Emma, please just listen. Yesterday I brought out my little thing here, right? I'm a Christian. I'm a deacon in a church. And this was yesterday's devotional. Continue encouraging each other and building each other up, just like you are doing already. Okay? And then I went to the prayer cards. Right? I have these silly prayer cards that I use because, I mean, I know it's like spreading joy. Jeez. God, I bet you this guy has like never had a girlfriend. He's so cute. Look at him all. He's got flowers and he's all warm and fuzzy. I bet he's trolling women on the internet. This is what I read yesterday. How good and pleasant it is when God's people live together in unity. And then today, I decided to redecorate. And while I was redecorating, I came across this piece of paper that was pasted up accidentally with tape from about 2 years ago, where somebody from my church who also likes to spread joy sent me this. How good and delightful it is for people to live together in unity. It's the same quote. So fine. All right, maybe he's making it up. How do I know that all this happened? All right, so fine. But what you did just witness, and there's a recording of this being read yesterday on YouTube, so there it is. And now we just did a hexagram, and here it's the exact message. Proceed to unite with people. Now is the suitable time to cross the great water or undertake an adventure. It's correct for people of self-awareness to pursue their goals. Unite with people. And so what this is referring to is the fact that if the ones that are asleep wake up and start kicking the shit out of the people that have been destroying our planet selfishly, things will get done. And until that happens, nothing will. And if we do nothing, we will lose our world, because we are literally in a state of erosion right now. All you have to do is look at the map of the melting ice caps, of the rising water that's knocking off the beaches, and land is getting shorter, right? The storms are getting stronger. They're getting more frequent. They're getting denser. Now we have tornadoes as the new normal in all hurricanes. That wasn't the case. And so what this is talking about is we're asleep at the wheel, and if people start waking up and actually gather, then we're going to wind up having this circumstance where nothing changes, right? And we're going to have this problem where the erosion continues. We lose the topsoil, we lose the canopy. The biodiversity is affected to such a degree that we lose species that are integral to certain foods. I guess that is the message you needed to find there, Michael. Right. Yep, that's the message I needed to find. My message is, wake up, people, because we need our planet. And guess what? It's your fault. It's true. It's all of our faults. All life needs is sunlight. Those who receive this light can attain health and strength. The image of this hexagram indicates a fellowship or a coming together in order to accomplish a common goal. The impartiality of sunlight is also emphasized. The impartiality of sunlight. I love that. You know why I love that? This is why I love that. I think I answered your question, right? I think we got there. And so now it's time to move to a little bit of love. Because here's the deal. There's a piece of poetry I wrote years ago that is exactly the idea of the sun's compulsion to give without regard. And I think it's appropriate to read it again. And one of the reasons that I'm going to do that as well is that I want to kind of switch my energy up a little bit. And I want to get back into a different place as I move into this next segment. It was originally named The Birth of Night. But I renamed it to The Birth of You. Here on the channel, if I can find it. Unfortunately, I haven't memorized it, the whole thing, otherwise I would just read it from memory. I could start it. In the great green room, there was a telephone and a red balloon. Where is it? I hate to have to pull out the electronic version, but I'll do it. I watched it swim in an endless sea of sapphire, the full warm luminescence of its gift casting its love without regard, that perfect gem of light heading for its rest behind the world where it succumbs daily to its departure without sadness but hope, waiting patiently for our eyes to meet its love again. The sea began to change from a deep azure of passage to 1,000 shades of pink and gold, painting my soul in the colors of love. As quickly as it came, it was gone, evolving into a passion, a crescendo of deep orange and red like the first kiss after hearing the first, "I love you." Again, with the same speed and vigor, the change continued, only now it carried the veil of darkness, studded with the wishes of 1,000 days, into the red so that it was impossible to tell the difference between desire and silence. Finally, the veil drawn completely was the last spark of light giving into the dark entirely, and thus was the birth of night. And the reason that popped in my head was the idea of the concept that there are certain things that give without regard, that do not have a purpose, a will, an intent behind their giving. They bestow for no reason. We call that altruism, right? That's one word for that. Or the giving tree, to give without regard for receiving. It's really hard to do that as a person. But here's the thing. Here's the truth. We're already doing that. You are giving without regard. And when we recognize who we're actually speaking to and who's actually speaking, suddenly it makes sense. Oh, wait a minute, that's true. Maybe I could be a little bit more selective about who and what I give to. And how do you do that? Recognize that when you're in a state of listening, the only thing you can hear is the sound of your own voice. The only thing that you can see is your own color. And then embody it. So the idea, though, is that, if you recognize that the other side of you is that force, is that compulsion to give without regard, give into that every once in a while. Give into it. And who should you give to without regard? Yourself. You deserve it. You deserve to feel pleasure instead of pain. You deserve to feel joy instead of tension. You deserve to let go of expectation instead of being in a constant state of wanting to win. There is no game. You can't win. You want to win? Love yourself. Let other people love you. Give it back. Be open to recognizing yourself in things that aren't comfortable for you now. And realize that lack of comfort is really just the fear. It's the mourning of the old way, and that's okay. It is a loss. It's just a good one. Alrighty. And so, the tarot, the I Ching, divination in general, when you approach it looking for answers, that's what you get. But instead, look at it for the guidance here. And the guidance here is if you're asleep at the wheel, we're gonna be in a lot of trouble. And a couple of countries that have the ability to make some change here need to wake up. Because if we don't, the people who have something to gain from letting the whole thing burn down are rubbing their sticks together, hoping that we don't wake up. And look what's happening. Look what just happened in Florida. I had to sit on pins and needles for days, wondering if my kids were going to live. Family members were going to drown. Come on now. Although I will say this, 85% of the population of the planet lives within 20 miles of the coast. Like, really? Maybe we should move a little inland. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I live in the mountains, and so I'm not too worried about flooding. I'll be looking down at the ocean and be just fine. And there's a few people, some of them I'm not sure if they're here tonight. I don't think so. Have had a similar experience to me. Anyone who lives in the mountains knows this experience, looking down at the clouds, being above the clouds. That's an awesome feeling. I love that. And not being in an airplane. It's no fun in an airplane. It's boring. Okay, let's catch up on the chat here. Gabrielle, thank you for joining my stream. I appreciate that. Tanamera, same thing. It means a lot that there's people talking. That's what we're here to do. It's funny, Bree. Smooth Operator. I'm going to get to the songs that tell the story here in a second. Smooth Operator, I didn't look at, but I looked at Ordinary Love. Totally. But, I'm a big fan of Sade. But anyone who's spent more than 2 days in my channel can probably predict that I would have liked Sade. And I do. Big time. And I'm going to go over a couple of songs. There's several songs that I identified that absolutely 100% tell the story word for word. With commentary. I'm going to go over it, right? So I'm going to read the lines, and then we're going to go over it with commentary. And I shared this with a couple of people today. Well, actually, I shared a lot of it with one person and one or two with my family and just some people just conversationally. But, wow. Yeah, right, yep. Erosion, disintegration. And what the cause is the ultimate thing here, and the cause that came up for that, because 23 is the hexagram, but the line guidance is important, because the line guidance is what tells you what the cause of the erosion was, and the cause of the erosion is 5 of 6 people being asleep at the wheel, and the one is too overcome by the negative. There's too much for them to handle alone. That's the reason for the erosion. So yeah. Sade, Ordinary Love is a great song. Well, a lot of what she does is good. But there's the groove of Ordinary Love. As soon as you turn it on with that bass line, it puts me right there. That song is magic for a certain place. And we're going to be reading the lyrics. and going over the words to some of these songs, because it really is. Really? Sade is, I've had a crush on her for 30 years. I'll admit that I've had a crush on Sade for 30 years. Big time. Yeah. But, yeah, that's, it's hard to beat, though, like a knockout, beautiful woman that can sing like that, with emotion behind it. And not just emotion. People can sing emotionally because that's what we do, but she can evoke certain emotions at certain times, and that's what I'm talking about. Wow. Jezebel's a different circumstance. But so I'm going to just need a moment, just a couple minutes to prepare. And then we're going to look at some music. That's funny. So do I. Somebody already broke your heart. Oh no. You know what's good? It just dawned on me. Your heart can't be broken. Thank God. Whew. Okay, I got worried for a sec. When you saw that and I read it, and I went, oh no. But then I realized, oh, wait. Her heart can't be broken. Somebody remind her that it's infinite, immortal, eternal. Musicians have a way of doing that, don't they? You're allowed to have a girl crush on a musician that moves you. Yeah. Yep. True story. But that said, though, I'll be right back. See you in a couple minutes, and then we're going to continue, and we'll do. We may do some tarot, or we may do some other things, but there's a few things that I wanted to kind of address as well. So I'll see you guys in a little bit. So, we had a lot of fun so far, right? We looked at this pretty little oracle, right? And this actually gives us real learning. Like we actually, oh, I lost a bead. This gives us real learning. This allows us to access both the Ching, the court card system, and all the goodies that come with that. This gives us access to basic elemental understandings, right? Like if we just decide that we want to use the idea of reception and bestowal, we use the gender and polarity system, right? So this would be full bestowal, the wand. This would be full reception, right? And then we have the interplay in between of the sword and the cup. And so simply by, pulling a few beads, we can very easily say something along the lines of the airy part of fire, communication, or the airy part of earth, communication of what you want to manifest physically, speaking your will to manifest physically, or making physical your thoughts, depending upon which one you pick first, right? And so this could also be interpreted as either the Prince of Disc or the Princess of Sword, depending upon how you picked it, right? How beautiful is that? And now once we know the princess or the prince or whatever court card, we have this entire family of deacons, majors, and everything that comes from that. And we have this beautiful story that unfolds. Because what is this? What are we all here doing right now? What are you actually doing? You are witnessing the unfolding. We're all here doing the same thing. And take it in. Don't miss it. We want to look for the story in as many places as we can, because what happens is once you enter the inner sanctum, you can't not see it everywhere. It's everywhere. And if you're lucky enough, and I mean lucky, let's share that. Oh my gosh, you have to stop flattering me. Not really stop. But all kidding aside, it means a lot to hear you say that, because this is why I'm here. So I want to look at the story in two other places. I had shared that over the past decade, especially, I've been doing a lot of creative output for other people. I've been channeling visual art with the intent of not art. It's not art. I'm sorry. It is if it's interpreted that way by you, but it's visions. Entering a different perspective. I come from the belief that we all are able to recognize ourselves in the things that we observe. And in doing so, when we have that truth fully, which I am professing that I have, I am able to view, not just with the eyes, we all can do this, an entity. We can view an object. We can view a concept in our heart. And when we put our attention to that, we have the power to become it, because we are already it. And so it's not a matter of becoming, it's a matter of remembering and then swapping our attention. Very much the same way that most of us are right now. Even though you're listening to my voice, you're not paying attention to the sound, you're paying attention to the interpretation of the sound in your brain. And instead, move into your heart. And what I mean by that is don't listen to my words. Listen to the sounds of the words and how they make you feel. And then you can process the words later with the brain. And what you're actually listening to when you do that, and you shift the attention into your heart, and you take the words in there, is you hear the truth behind them. And that truth is that this is your voice speaking to you. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the smooth sounds of your soul, speaking to you all night long. And when you let yourself have that we're all just part of this cosmic dance and we're all just a little piece of each other, you can look at me and you can recognize yourself. And when you do that, you can embody me. And when you do that, you can shift your perspective and you can see from my perspective, recognize that I'm the one speaking, shift yourself into a state of listening, and watch that conversation happen. Become the thing that you witness. And so when you do that, you come to the truth. And when you come to the truth, you are now awakened to the totality of human experience. You're awakened to the reality of who you actually are. And what that does is it gives you your memory back. Why does the tarot work? Because we're not looking into the future. We're just recollecting the past. It's the story of your creation from beginning to end. And that allows us to remember when we look, and we can look at the cards as they lay out and we can remember our story. And now here's some examples of that. I'm going to pop up some additional artwork. I looked at it yesterday. We looked at a few pieces that I had done. If anybody here has any particular interest in one that they think, wait a minute, that might be for me, let me know. I'll email it to you. And you can, keep it, share it, study it, whatever you've seen it. If it's your message, then it's yours. And so, the idea here is to just take a look at these with a different eye. And again, we're not here to process any of these images mentally. Take them in emotionally and just think about what it is that you're looking at. Never forget who you are. And who are you? You are the thing that you are looking at. You are the thing you are listening to. You are where you put your attention. The act of seeing is an act of creation. The act of listening is an act of creation. Right. I bring this up for an important reason because I showed this picture before in a different state. And this is the same individual. And this is the original piece that I did. And this is an individual that was an energy that was present in my life. There was 3 entities that kept popping up in my life. This black individual that kind of had a bird vibe. This orange individual that had a kind of a nurturing / need kind of vibe. And this blue woman. She had orange hair. The first time I drew her, she had orange hair. But she evolved many different ways, but always had this sort of blue skin. And then she changed. And she evolved. And there was something took place with this individual where their energy changed, and so their color changed. And it moved a little more natural, and it turned green. See, blue is the color of water, and when you add divine mind to water, that's adding yellow to blue, and what you wind up getting is a green hue, right? And so it's the idea of a little bit of an awakening. And now suddenly the eyes are full green. The full unification of the heart and mind is all this person sees. All this person is able to see is the full unification of heart and mind. All this person is able to speak is the full unification of heart and mind. That's why suddenly the mouth and the eyes are green. And what is this person surrounded by? Will and that combination of mind and heart. And what is the body? Divine. I mean, let's not deny the beauty that we're looking at here. I mean, it's just gorgeous. If eyes are the windows to the soul, I want to see. Can I see? Do we see the story here? There's this idea of size that is really kind of, I don't know, it's pretty moving. You know, that forced perspective really puts it in an interesting place energetically, wouldn't you say? And, you know, don't forget, I've mentioned before, too, when it comes to the idea of embodying. You know, I spoke about a story where I embodied the moon and viewed the earth, and it was the most horrifying experience of my life. It really, I can do it now, but I was scared to try again. You know, big time. There's that pesky tree that shows up. The tree shows up a lot. All right. I don't know what to make of this one. I've never done that before. This is the only picture I did of this individual, this red-headed, blue-haired, or blue-skinned individual. The red hair comes and goes. The blue skin never does. But I never drew her this realistic. I don't know if that's the word. Human. And there's something in the tone of her voice, in her affect. I don't know how to read her emotions in this. Curious what people think. And what's the idea of the blue skin representing water and the hair representing fire? But then that changes, because we saw originally, this is the current form of this individual. This is their current form. So I wonder. There's always this idea of the three, right? And I've mentioned this before. Every two has a third. There's this idea of the three always. There's this woman, there's this man, and then there's this thing in between, this bird. I don't know. Doesn't always manifest as a bird. You know, sometimes it's just present. Yeah, I like blue and orange. Purple and orange, too, is really, really striking. It's got to be the right purple. A warm purple. What are we looking at? What is going on here? There's somebody that I was hoping was going to be here tonight that isn't, and it's unfortunate because they have this innate ability to just like instantly see perspectives that others don't, and I think they could really help to decode this. But does anyone have an opinion about this? Yeah, purple and green are the healing colors of fluorite, right? Chinese fluorite is beautiful, purple and green with stripes of white. Gorgeous. Those colors really, I don't know, they work. Of course, they're both transitional, right? Purple is red and blue, and green is, you know, this beautiful blue and yellow. So it's like they're both different versions of blue. One going toward the will, and one going toward the mind. But it's all blue. And there's a lesson in that. The ultimate reality is that the upper world is nothing more than a wand, ever. And the lower world is nothing more than a cup, ever. We just see these different little nuance because we're stuck in time-space, and so we see the unfolding instead of the full picture. And so we see all the little shades, and we see the value, and we see sharpness and density, and all these things. The process of integration. Ladies and gentlemen, there's an alchemist in the room. Welcome, my brother, my sister. Oh yeah, no, and I've been speaking about that. It's you can't deny any part of yourself, because first of all, that's just it's an excuse for you to not take responsibility. Oh, I did an evil thing, the devil made me do it, right? But there's also the idea that without integrating the sides of us that we don't like, they maintain control. When we allow it into ourselves is when we have the power. That's when we have the ability to utilize it as a tool. And first of all, recognize its voice, so that when we hear it, we realize it's not us talking. That's a biggie. But when we go through that process now, we can utilize it. We can become friends with that side of ourselves and keep it suppressed when it's not needed, right? It's the same idea. When you need the calculator, you pull it out, you do the math, and then you put it away, and you use the answer to go do what it is you need to do. That's what the brain is for. We're not supposed to identify with it. You're supposed to use it when you need to do math, right? Then put it away and go enjoy the thing that you did the math for, right? What are you doing? Are you making a pizza? You need to measure some flour? Measure the flour, then put your brain away and go bake a pizza. Well, that's true, and usually as an effect, a necessity of a low self-esteem, which is actually a lie. And so, at the end of the day, though, we have to recognize the truth that, the darkness in the universe is us. And we have to let it in, so that next time that darkness creeps into our lives, we can go, no, wait a minute, I thought maybe you forgot. I took my agency back. And it turns out that darkness is important, but not right now. I don't need you right now. Right now I have this thing that I'm doing that I need joy for, or I need to be in a state of love or giving or receiving, not in a state of defending or in a state of rejection. It's necessary, but only when needed. And if you don't integrate, if you don't bring it into yourself and allow it to, which it already is. See, this is all misnomer. There's no bringing the dark into you. It's already there. What we have to do is to bypass the lie of the ego and recognize that voice that we think is someone else outside of us is us. And the next time we hear it, we can go, nope. A little bit more to it than that, but not really. That's the gist. That's the crux of what we're talking about here. The rosy crux. The blackbird turned blue. Where do you begin, right? My gosh, there's so much going on here. Are we looking at one scene? Are we looking at multiple scenes? The cool part is to count figures, characters, right? Like how many actual beings are in this picture? Let's see, there's going to be 1, There's one figure in here. You know, we can't forget that even though we see the rainbow, it's just one beam of white being separated. The separation is an illusion. That at the end of this whole process, we can't deny the truth. That separation is invented. It's the same idea of us having this recognition that the candle is a candle. It's not a candle. Candle is a function. Candle is a purpose that we told it to have. Go be a candle. Right? That's not what it is. What it is a collection of atoms. It's a collection of energies. That's all it is. Wow. That's right where I was too. You all right? Then we're in a very similar place. I'm feeling a good vibe with you. It's in the mirror. You have a vision that I'm familiar with, and I had a similar vibe. Not only when looking at it, but when making it. And there's a couple of those circumstances, right? I don't know if I have one up here. Let me see if I can find the one where there's it's basically the three women all in one face. There we go. Let's get that right. Because that one's so important that we need to get that one right, okay? I shall read to you from the Kabbalion. Let's jump to the inner order because this is hardcore. You don't need to be looking at my face. Let's look at some truth. Okay, Kabbalion. Let me just find the correct law. While all is in the all, it is equally true that the all is in all. To him who truly understands this truth hath come great knowledge. The Kabbalion. While the all, oh sorry, let me add this, important I get that right. While all is in the all, it is equally true that the all is in all. To him who truly understands this truth hath come great knowledge, the Kabbalion. How often have the majority of people heard repeated the statement that their deity, called by many names, was all in all, and how little have they suspected the inner occult truth concealed by this carelessly uttered words? The commonly used expression of the survival of the ancient Hermetic maxim quoted above, as the Kabbalion says, to him who truly understands this truth hath come great knowledge. And this being so, let us seek this truth, the understanding of which means so much. In this statement of truth, this Hermetic maxim, is concealed one of the greatest philosophical, scientific, and religious truths. We have given you the Hermetic teaching regarding the mental nature of the universe, the truth that the universe is mental, held in the mind of the all. As the Kabbalion says, it is the passage quoted above, all is in the all. But note also the correlated statement that it is equally true that the all is in all. This apparently contradictory statement is reconciled under the law of paradox. It is, moreover, the exact Hermetic statement of the relation existing between the all and its mental universe. We have seen how all is in the all. Now let us examine the other aspects of the subject. Let me break this down. Okay? How's that feel? So here's the deal. The universe was born by being spoken into existence. All right. And now what is the fuel for a word, for speech? Breath. And now the universe was born through an inhale. She, the Divine Mother, through the desire to know. To know what? That's it, just period, full stop. The desire to know, breathed in, swapped to a state of reception. And in the moment of that inhale, tore existence and created the divine bestowal. And in that bestowal, space was invented to give, created, what was out of necessity, not invented, out of necessity, to give space to the thing that was invented, which was the will being physically manifest. Right. That's an important part of this process. That recognition of who's doing what. Right. Now, prior to this whole thing happening, it was infinite and eternal, and it still is. Even though this emergence took place, the thing that it emerged from is still there and is unchanged. It is called all. Or the all. The all. The capital T. The all. The Ein Sof Or. The before the tree. And the thing that emerged from that thing, when she said, "Take me," and he said, "I will," then the dance began, and the courting began, and the recognition started, and then the kiss, and then the touch, and then the work, and then you. The all, giving birth to all, everything else. And inside of every iota of that creation is the intelligence of the Creator, which is the dance, the love of the Divine Feminine's desire to receive fully herself in the form of her creative energy, the side of her that imagined the unfolding, that gave it will, fire, heat. That's the word. She is the same. She is both. There is no duality. There is no contrast. The all is in all. Everything contains the whole thing. All is in the all. We're not separate from it. We are it. We are the singer. We are the song. And we are the thing being sung. We're the thing listening. We're the thing speaking. And we're the thing being spoken. Right? And so when you consider that, all is in the all, and the all is in all. I am in you right now, and you are in me, and everything else. And you are outside of me, because you are me. We are each other. Beautiful. Oh, look, a spider. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it on camera. Maybe it's really small. Oh, you see him? Yep, there you go. Isn't that pretty? A little baby one. Hang on. Let's put him on the candle. Hello, baby. Let me get rid of you because you're going to die over there. There's no way you make it. I have severe arachnophobia. That was pretty cool. I didn't have an ounce of fear right there. That was strange. It was almost playful. It was like, oh, hello, little. I never would have done that 10 years ago. That would not have happened. Cool. I guess I lied. I don't have arachnophobia. Cool. So the idea of that whole concept is the recognition, just like I've been talking about, the fact that here you are. Yeah, and in the beginning of the stream, I spoke about some of the techniques of what are the practical applications of that conversation. This is all fun, great, you know. And maybe it's an interesting exercise psychologically. Maybe it's an interesting exercise philosophically, or as a mental exercise like Gedanken. But no, it's it gives you real access to real truth. And then this other thing happens too. Once you've entered and then you come to the one truth, and you can now, everything you see is through different eyes, and so everything is new. Everything is a new adventure. Like every step you take is a brand new adventure. It's like it's a clean slate. And it's one of these things where not everybody, but this certainly has been the case for me for 2 decades. Once you come to it, all you want to do is bring people with you. You want to share that, right? And that's a big deal. The mind, body, and soul. Oh, I love that. The 3 women, you mean, Luena? Wow. Okay, yeah, well, Tanamera, I have a theory that the Divine Mother, the Divine Father evolved with us, through us, as us. Okay, yeah, good. All right, so great. Welcome to the club. You are where you belong, because that's what I teach. Spiders love you. Lucky you. Oof. I mean, I suppose they are pretty beautiful. 8 legs, 8 eyes. Come on. I have to say, I've had a brown recluse run on my hand, and it didn't bite me. I've had a black widow run on my hand, and it didn't bite me. I've held tarantulas. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fan. I've been known to jump from moving vehicles back in the day before I kind of found my peace. Bad stuff. Fear controlled me a good part of my life, until I was able to understand and recognize that it can be controlled, which is very simple. Just recognize that fear doesn't even exist. It doesn't exist. It's chemicals in the body that we're misinterpreting. That's all it is. We're just misinterpreting. So, that said, then, I think I covered all of the different, the particular pieces that I originally thought were going to be relevant. Let me just give this a quick once over and make sure that that's the case, that I didn't miss anything that I wanted to speak about with respect to these. I think that was all of them. This one, actually, I want to just address, because this is an interesting... I get the vibe that this is a floral, like this is a sunflower. I don't know. Or in the middle of a transition from a sunflower into something else, maybe? So I'm not sure. And there's still this kind of bird vibe with this other figure, but I don't know. There's a few of these that I really am genuinely looking for help on interpreting, because, you know, as the person who made them, it's tough for me to kind of look past certain things. Like just last night, who was it? Jess? Somebody pointed out something about a piece I had done that I hadn't seen, and that it's so, I was like, I can't believe you just, I mean, it gave me a new perspective on like a 20-year-old piece. It's just great. Which, that one was a little newer. That one was probably about, 8 or 10 years old. Well, it's funny that you say that. A lot of them are transition, right? Because that's really what we're all in the middle of doing anyway. So it's going to show itself. So, yeah, it's going to show itself. Well, I just looked up at the clock, and I have to say I apologize, but I do need to get moving. Well, wait a minute. Clearview Revolution. This is when you show up. I'm about to leave. Incidentally, I was going to speak to the idea of the resonance related to food and the I Ching and health, and I'm going to save it for another time, because I was going to do it specifically for you, and so we can do that at a different time. Okay? In discussing the subtle energies of the idea of consumption and digestion, and with respect to how the interplay of the polarity and gender adjust and affect how we interact with the energies that sustain us. No, Jesus did not transmute, he transfigured. Yeah, that's right. He became light. Yeah. But so, yeah, that said, though, thank you for the evening. I have a busy day tomorrow, okay, and it starts at 8 a.m., okay, and that includes, doing the church service and so forth, and I won't be home till about 3 p.m., and so I need to get going, because I need to somehow manage to get myself asleep as soon as possible to catch 2.5 hours before I spend the day doing whatever the case. And so I do need to run. I just looked up and realized that it was later, and so I have to kind of cut it short. The message of Spider is claim your power and spin your web to manifest whatever it is you want in your heart. Well, that's a beautiful message. That's a beautiful message. And more important than that is it's up to us. More important than, let's just break that down. We are the weavers of our own story. Nobody else can weave our web. They might be able to read it. Okay. They might be able to walk in it. All right. But they can't weave it. They can't write it. They can't live it. That's what we're doing. Everyone in your life is just part of your story. They're just a set piece. What happens when I turn this button off and I say goodnight? I cease to exist in your world. I'm just a set piece. But guess what? You're just a set piece in mine. We're equal. I only exist when you're paying attention to me. Well, thanks for letting me exist tonight. I had a good time. It felt good. And hopefully you can let me exist tomorrow. If you got anything out of this video tonight, please do me a favor. All I ask is that you like the video and you consider a comment. It really means a lot. I'm doing my damnedest to grow this channel, and I'm looking for a big pile of smart people with open minds that are just as nuts as me, thinking that we have this crazy capacity to change lives by waking people up to the truth. And you know what? I don't have to think that, because I've done it dozens of times, and I know that I can do it again. And all I'm looking for are people that can either share their experience of going through that process or coming through the process with me, so that they can do the same thing. Okay? We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of the dreams. Come with me, and we'll be in a world of pure imagination. I'm so sore, pardon me. Make a wish, and we'll be... No. See into my imagination. If you want... No. I love that movie, though. That's a great movie. I never forgot that line because of the way that he delivered it as a child. It was ominous to me. I don't know, it was weird. We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of dreams. Good stuff. Let me just do this before the day is over, the night is over. I just want to speak a word because it needs to be heard. Vayaka Setai Kainara. Love that. So, thank you for listening to the voice of your soul, speaking to you all night long. There's one more piece of artwork I want to throw up real quick before we leave this evening here. Okay, so just bear with me while I get this because it's very important. Nobody's allowed to leave until this gets up there. Now let's just see if we can find it before too long. I don't know if I put it in here. I thought I might have. Let's take a look. Maybe not. Nope. Okay, it's not in here. And so I'm just going to ask everybody to be patient while I find it because it's important that this be seen. Let me put it this way. I'm sorry. It's important to me that this be seen. This is irrelevant to whoever feels that it's irrelevant. And this is really important to those who feel like it's important. And I'm one of those people. To me, this is very important. It's a very silly piece of artwork. So don't think you're going to see some big, huge, profound Michael thing that's going to just wake up the world. Okay, so... but what I just wanted to do is to share a piece that I drew around that same time as that blue woman. And I don't know if this particular piece happens to resonate with anybody out there. We have the divine mind and will unified in a being nurtured by the heart. And I don't know, I was just sitting here and don't forget why we're all here, people. We're here to find each other and to let each other in and to allow that love to flow. And so you have one of two jobs tonight. Hug somebody or be hugged. Tell somebody that you love them, or the next time you hear it, let yourself have it. I hear you. You are heard. You will never not be heard. If anyone has any questions or has any suggestions of any content that you'd like, I'm very open to that. People say, hey, what do you think about this? I was having a conversation with somebody an hour before I jumped on the stream, and they mentioned a subject, and I was ready to speak about it tonight because I love talking about that. And so we can do that, all right? Stop. It's me. Now it's getting hard. I'm about to sign off. Give me a minute to sign off before you get me all crazy. So that said, I answer my emails, I answer my text messages, call me, text me, send me an email. We're here to do this together. And so, I'm available. And let's do this, okay? You have permission. Thank you so much. I'll be hugging myself. Me too. You feel that? I'll see you guys tomorrow. None of this ever happened.